Sort of, kind of. I'm rounding up some. You're about to start show, right?
Yeah, so I want to.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye olùkó. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Ayendeba. So here it is right there. There it is right there. It's everywhere. So let's just let's leave it as that. Ayendeba, and Ayendeba we go again. So Ayendeba we go again. And so I cannot stretch that metaphor any. If I stretch it any further, it starts to sound ridiculous. So yeah, good day to you all. Good to have you around. Always a delight in your company. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a pleasure, never a chore. It's with delight that I always greet your presence anytime you do decide to congregate. So all of that, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, and don't just take that as tautology. I don't just say that just to hear the sound of my own voice. I don't say click on the like button just to hear the sound of my own voice. It's a call to action. So I'm inviting you to take an action, and that action is to click on the like button. So that invitation then is a call to action. So you follow suit. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And if you're not already subscribed, if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness just yet. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on the subscription button. So make sure you've clicked on like and the subscription button is grayed out. So that way all righteousness has been fulfilled. So click on like and click on subscribe. So now this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here, this is your ticket to ride on the Juggernaut train that is the One Man Went to More platform. So your ticket to ride on the Juggernaut train that is the One Man Went to More platform is this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. So if you're a voice that we have not yet sampled before, come let's sample your voice, and I'm sure we'll delight in it. So come share your thoughts by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and having done all those, all righteousness has been fulfilled. I'm going to point you, not now, but I'm going to point you in the direction of actually, let me do it now. I'm going to point you in the direction of a charity initiative that you guys came up with just 2 days ago. You asked me to put it up, and I have put it up, but you're not populating it. Just there was an initial flurry of about 3 people that pushed it on the way, and then suddenly it's radio silence. So if you want to help us hit the target, then go there, then have a read of what the objective is, and then put some funds in that. So do that. I'm leaving that up till Friday. By Friday, I'll just shut it down. Whatever is there, and then we send it off to the people that are handling it. So all that. All that, and of course, there's still plenty of room. You know, at the initial stages, there's always plenty of room in the studio. So come in now if you are intending to join us at all. So come in now if you are intending to join us at all. So come in now if you are intending to join us at all to share your thoughts on some of the headlines, such as this one. So now let me. Okay, so So the headline piece, of course, this is really what a lot of the storyline, this is what has seized the center stage in the Nigerian news cycle today. So this is what everybody has been talking about. So why don't we talk about it too? Obi visits Kaduna airstrike victims, demands probe. So this is Obi now. You'll recall, of course, let me see if I can actually dig up the video. I should have dug it up earlier. You'll recall, let's see, Peter Obi visit flood victims. Let's see if we can find that one quickly. So Obi does have a history of these things. Is what I am trying to highlight to you. Yes, yes. So we got it right here. Let me see. Okay, so before we get to that, let me show you this. Peter Obi has a history of this. He has a history of using disaster situations as backdrop props for his political movement, for his political push. He has the antecedents of using disaster situations as backdrop props for his political trajectory. So here is Peter Obi, barely a year ago in Benue State. He will go there, milk the situation for as much as he can, and then he'll throw a little trinket like 10 naira for them to buy sweets, and off he goes, having taken all of the political capital out of that situation. So this is a time portal back in time for Peter, just to show Peter Obi doing as he always does. This was a flooding in Benue, and quick as flash, of course, your favorite friendly neighborhood Oka man, Peter Obi, is right there. Oh, okay, let me pause it right there. So I remember this very well, actually. During that time, when there was that disaster, the whole of that region was completely subsumed by flood. And Peter Obi then called out to the political space that people should suspend campaigning in order to acknowledge and address a national disaster. That was what he said. So he then went to the disaster area. But what are you seeing on his shirt right there? That is his campaign logo right there. So the hypocrisy of that man, that's just highlighted, right? I didn't even remember that until I'm seeing this now. So fast forward to this situation now, another disaster, another opportunity for Peter Obi to milk political capital. Obi visits Kaduna airstrike victims, demands probe. So that is Peter Obi as we know him. So let's huddle through it. And there's a video clip as well. So we'll just read the caption and then we'll listen to the clip. Against the backdrop of the recent accidental military strike at Tudunbiri village in the Igabi local government area of Kaduna State, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has called on the federal government to provide adequate funding for the military and other security agencies in order to enhance their operations. So the military has the largest budget in this budget cycle. So I think he's preaching to the converted with that one. Obi made the call when he visited the victims at the Barau Diko Teaching Hospital in the state capital on Tuesday. He lamented that the country has so far recorded 16 accidental military bombings that claimed over 500 lives, with nothing being done by the federal government to avert the reoccurrence of such tragedies. The former Anambra State governor, however, underscored the need for the government to support the military to ensure that incidents like accidental bombings do not happen again. Obi noted that adequate funding for the military is key in tackling the contemporary and emerging security challenges confronting the nation. He supported calls for the investigation of the military airstrike, just as he advocated the setting up of a foundation to cater for the victims of Tudunbiri drone strike, particularly those that have been orphaned by the incident. So that's Peter Obi, of course, our political capital out of any disaster situation. So let's hear him now in his own words.
Let me thank the hospital management led by Prof here for what they are doing. I thank the government of Kaduna State for what they said they are doing to support the victims. Their response is what it should be. And I urge everybody to get involved. So I believe the right things are being done as far as regards the hospital, what the hospital management is doing. I thank all the staffs of the hospital, thank the nurses, everybody that is helping for what I saw. This is about, I think, the 16th time, and we have a 16th time. Let me first appreciate the hard work and the effort of the military in helping us to secure the country. But then we should also re-examine and ask ourselves this fundamental question about this reoccurrence where we have 16 times and we have lost almost 500 people. Why is this happening and everything? And be able to see how, as a government in particular, we can support the military to ensure that these things don't happen again. It brings me into question. I always ask at times when I listen to the present I think it's Chief of Defense Staff, who said that their regular allocations are not budgetary allocations, are not released to them adequately. And then one questions, what is our priority? To release money for non-essential things like SUVs or renovations and everything, or to release money to secure ourselves? Because security, everybody knows, is very, very critical to our problem today. That will take our farmers back to farm, which will tackle our main inflationary item, food. If we secure the country, that's the only way we can attract the foreign investors we are looking for all over the world. So this is critical. So for me, we need to do more and make sure that we spend our resources in the critical areas where it will be. Even improving the health sector, like this hospital. Bringing them and treating them in the hospital is one thing. Do we have a sustainable foundation to see, especially the orphan children, all through? I have somebody who lost 34 family members. You know the trauma of that. Especially these orphan children. We must all join hands because they are not our children. They are not our property. Everybody must join hands to see them through. I, in particular, know that if such foundation is set up, I will contribute to it as long as it exists. It is critical. It's important. We're talking about it. We're family. This thing that happened might have happened somewhere where we think we're not from, but we're all family. We're the same thing. And I've always said the purpose of government is to care for those in need and the poor. For me, what is more important is to ensure that it does not occur again by making sure that the right things are done by the military, by everything, to be more precise in what they're doing. If they're not precise, maybe take caution and be prepared. Two, to ensure that we provide the right amenities. The visit today is private and everything, but we have to do things to support them. First is that I have to make a personal little contribution of 3 million naira to support the effort of the doctors. But I have to look in at the doctor. Prof told me he has 1,000 workers in this hospital because they're very critical. You can't talk about healthcare unless there's a staff, and the staff are critical. I know they're big people, so I will buy them at least a bottle of Coke each. So I'm going to give Prof 1 million to be able to buy the staffs. 1,000 of them, as well 1,000 for Coke will be 1 million naira. So I'm going to make that contribution to him because it's important. See, no, yeah? So it's 4 million naira. And of course, there's other ancillary things. So I'll be making a donation of about 5 million naira.
Oh, okay. So that is Peter Obi right there, as we know him, doing as we know him for. So milking yet another disaster situation for as much political capital as it can. So what is the price of the political cachet of this incident now? Peter Obi told us it was a private visit, but then of course the cameras just happened to be there by accident. Nobody told them that it was going to be there. So it was a private visit. He's milked the situation for as much political capital as he can, and he has paid his dues, a bottle of Coke each for the staff. So that is the payoff then for the political capital of that space. So that is Peter Obi as we know him. So that is Peter Obi as we know him. But let me take you on very quickly from there to another headline. This one caught me off guard somewhat. We talk about Nigeria having the largest economy in Africa, but this now next headline belies that. Top 10 largest stock markets in Africa based on market capitalization. So now, where does Nigeria fall on this chart now? Ghana is the 10th largest with 6 billion and a bit. But Mauritius, the stock exchange in Mauritius actually bigger than Ghana's, but sizably so actually. For all that is Ghana, Mauritius supersedes them. Nairobi, nearly $10 billion rather, their stock exchange. I'm not quite sure what this country is. Boss Regional de Luz Mobileries. Whichever is this Cote d'Ivoire? I think it's Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, they should have just said Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire, their stock market about $13 billion. Namibia, their stock market about $41.5 billion. Botswana, their stock market about $44 billion. So here comes Nigeria in number 4 now. The Nigerian Stock Exchange, $49.56 billion. Egypt bigger, Casablanca, which is of Morocco, bigger, and Johannesburg just out of this. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange is nearly $1 trillion. $1 trillion. This is it. And they are trying to push the Nigerian economy to $1 trillion. It's, even just the stock exchange in Johannesburg is bigger than that, is as big as that already. So quite how Nigeria has the largest economy in Africa, that's subject to however you're choosing to look at it. Justin Peter, big visits Kaduna. Okay, so we've just recently now gone through that one. So let's go on to that one. So now this is the never-ending saga of the goings on in Ondo State. Akeredolu proceeds on medical leave, transfers power to deputy. So there it is right there. I think this might well be the final hurrah of Akeredolu. I cannot see how he clings on to power after this. Akeredolu proceeds on medical leave, transfers power to deputy. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu is expected to proceed on medical leave on Wednesday, December the 13th, 2023, as a follow-up to his medical treatment. This was made known in a statement issued and signed by his chief press secretary, Richard Olatunde in Akure. Olatunde said that during his medical leave, the governor will prioritize his health and ensure a full recovery before resuming his official duties. According to him, a formal letter regarding the medical leave and a notice formally transferring power in line with the Nigerian Constitution has been transmitted to the House of Assembly. In the absence of Governor Akeredolu, the Deputy Governor, Honorable Lucky Orimison Ayedatiwa will assume the responsibility of the governor in an acting capacity. Governor Akeredolu expresses his gratitude for the unwavering support and affection of the people of Ondo State. He assured them that his administration remains committed to the path of progress and prosperity for the people. As a senior advocate of Nigeria and a widely respected Nigerian, Governor Akeredolu has consistently delegated power to his deputy during his annual vacations. The statement added, this practice was observed on the 1st of April 2021, 1st of April 2022, 3rd of April 2023, and July the 10th, 2023, when he embarked on previous vacations. So that's tidying up the house somewhat. So how does this now play out? I cannot see now. And he's saying that he's pushing for the progress and prosperity of Ondo State. How can he, when he's incapacitated, is refusing to relinquish power? People are forging his signature to loot the treasury of the state, and nothing in terms of development is happening. But that's Ondo State. Hopefully, this is the final throw of Akeredolu as governor, and then he yields. Powerful Nigerians behind illegal mining insecurity. This is Dele Alake, the Minister for Mineral Resources. Akeredolu's son begs Tinubu for air ambulance to return ailing father to Germany as Ondo governor can no longer speak. So there it is right there. More details. Should we read this one? Okay, let's speed through this one because I think this one might well offer more. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu's son has sought the assistance of President Bola Tinubu to get an air ambulance to return his ailing father to Germany, where he had been receiving treatment. The Ondo governor is receiving treatment for leukemia and has been undergoing chemotherapy in Nigeria, which correspondents learned had been knocking him out for up to 10 hours after every medication. Family sources told correspondents on Tuesday that Akeredolu's condition has worsened. He is no longer able to speak, one of the sources said. According to sources, this prompted his son, Babajide, to ask for the president's help to speedily fly his ailing father to Germany. Akeredolu is seeking permission and help from Tinubu to get an air ambulance to return his father to Germany, one of the sources said. Correspondents earlier today, Tuesday, reported that President Tinubu directed Governor Akeredolu to transfer power to his deputy, Lucky Ayedatiwa, and the senator representing Ondo South, Jimoh Ibrahim. Akeredolu's son, Babajide, who was appointed by the governor father in November 2021 as the Director General of the Performance and Project Implementation Monitoring Unit, Office of the Governor of Ondo State, was also in attendance. Correspondents further reported that the transfer of power will be done by electronic signature as the ailing governor is too weak to sign any letter or document. Tinubu reportedly told people at the meeting he had summoned to resolve the leadership crisis in Ondo on Monday that Akeredolu was incapacitated and could not sign a letter anymore. Monday's emergency meeting was the second one summoned by President Tinubu to resolve the leadership crisis in the state following the governor's absence from office since July 2023. The meeting, at the instance of Tinubu, was due to the mounting pressure from the civil society organization Take It Back, which had threatened to commence mass protests across Ondo State from Saturday, December the 16th, to demand Akeredolu's resignation. The ailing governor had gone AWOL since returning to Nigeria in September from a 3-month medical leave in Germany. Sources told correspondents that it was first agreed that the State House of Assembly should invoke the doctrine of necessity to make Ayedatiwa the acting governor, but some of those present at the meeting pleaded with President Tinubu that it would humiliate the ailing governor. During the meeting, it was agreed that the State House of Assembly should invoke the doctrine of necessity and make Ayedatiwa the acting governor, but the Speaker and Senator Jimoh Ibrahim pleaded that the ailing governor should not be humiliated, one of the sources said. The son, Babajide, then promised to go and obtain his father's e-signature to pen a paper to the State House of Assembly, transferring power to the deputy. Sources at the meeting also disclosed that someone raised concern that since there was already a case of forgery established in the handling the affairs of the state, it would not make sense for power to be transferred through such dubious means. Correspondents on Sunday reported that a pro-democracy organization, Take It Back Movement, would organize a town hall meeting in Akure on Saturday, December the 16th, to call for Governor Akeredolu to resume office or resign. The event will also mark the commencement of street protest to call for the resignation of the ailing governor, who has not set foot in his state since July 2023, the report added. Omoyele Sowore, the candidate of the African Action Congress AAC in the 2019 and 2023 presidential election on Sunday, also called on Governor Akeredolu to return to the office and perform his constitutional duties as the governor of the state or resign. Sowore and then it goes on and on. So there it is right there. So that's the Akeredolu situation. From the Akeredolu situation, 2 days. Let me give you this. I'll only give you this as a headline because I know that the readouts can take a lot of the time sometimes. Nigeria has highest number of self-made billionaires in Africa. So that comes as no surprise, of course. The usual suspects, of course, Aliko Dangote, Abdul Rabiu, Samad, Mike Adenuga, combined wealth $28.5 billion, richer than Nigeria, just the three of them. I suspect that this Mike Adenuga might well be probably the most quiet billionaire that there is. You don't hardly see his name in the papers, the way you never stop seeing Dangote and his acolytes in the papers. Akeredolu only $1 billion, but he never stops making noise. He and his children, they never stop making noise, telling us just how wealthy they are. For instance, Mike Adenuga made his fortune in telecom and oil production. His mobile phone network, Globacom, stands as Nigeria's third largest operator, and his oil exploration entity, Corn Oil, manages 6 oil blocks in the Niger Delta. So there it is right there. Okay, let's leave that there. So that tells us all we need to know from that. So this a spillover from conversations from yesterday. Rivers crisis, PDP moves to remove 27 pro-Wike assembly defectors. So that we're still is still playing out as we speak. That's still playing out as we speak. Abia governor presents 567.2 billion naira 2024 budget to assembly. So Nigeria's budget is 27 trillion, but you know these people self. Anyway, we'll see how that plays out. Where is that money even coming from? Just the ridiculousness of it. So just the ridiculousness of it. Let me bring you this one. So this will be the last readout, but this is a case of be careful what you ask for or what you wish for, or don't tempt faith is probably more the better analogy. Someone celebrates 0 bank robbery in 4 years. So there's been no bank robberies in Lagos for as far back as anybody can recall, and the governor now acknowledges this. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has celebrated the state for recording 0 bank robberies in 4 years, adding that it was the longest period over the past 20 years. Sanwo-Olu, according to a statement on Tuesday by his Chief Press Secretary, Boyega Akoshile, said this on Tuesday at the 17th Town Hall meeting on security organized by the Lagos State Security Trust Fund, held at the Eco Hotel Suites in Victoria Island. He linked the development to the continuous review of the state security architecture and surveillance measures, according to a statement, celebrating a milestone in security as Lagos achieves 4 consecutive years of 0 bank robberies, are marking a significant improvement in safety across the state. Our relentless effort in enhancing security has yielded results. At the 17th Town Hall meeting on security, we discussed the progress made and strategies to further fortify safety in Lagos State, the governor said. So on and on it goes, but I think that's about the summary of that. So that's about the summary of that. Let's play the Kegite music, bring the panelists in, and get the conversation going. But first, of course, you know where we're going, to the Kegites, Egbelemu, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yeah, they go for me, water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. ẹlẹ́mu dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us the excellent Ekene. Good to see you. The Jagaban of the One Man Went to More platform, the Jagaban. So His Royal Majesty, King Emeka Idobale Nimowa. So all in the Idobale position as his royalty enters to provide the music. Playtown Vivo, he's in the house. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, and Charlie Boy makes up the list. So still plenty of spaces for whoever wants to hop on. Let's kick the conversation on then. Let's start it off with Ekene, and then we go from there. Ekene, how far? We can't hear you. What did they happen? Is this new phone you just got?
Yeah, no.
We can't hear you at all.
Come on.
You are your voice is very low.
Are you hearing me now?
Only marginally better. All right. Let me go to Emeka. So give you the space to make adjustments. Then I'll come to you after Emeka.
Okay.
All right, Emekos, Alpha.
Yeah. Good evening. Yeah, let me apologize for yesterday. I had to rewatch the show again. I saw you calling me, but I was so tired I slept off.
But it not be wood.
Yeah, so it's exciting to, or it's interesting listening to the show again. You get to find the humor when you are not actively in the show, but you're a listening participant, right? I enjoyed it. It was a comic relief, the banter being thrown around between Rational Mind and Simba. So I think I'll make it a habit to always go back and listen again. Anyway, share, like, and subscribe. Let's keep the show going up to number one. This is the most interesting show, political show in Nigeria as well as in the diaspora. So call your friends, family, loved ones, and enemies. Don't forget that. Oh, woman. Let me kick it off with Abia State, my state.
Yes. Where is he going to get? Is he having a laugh? What's all this? Where is he going to get the money from?
Actually, he said where he's going to get the money. He's going to grow it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Where else?
So, well, there are advantages and disadvantages with this budget. I think for the very first time, Abia State, the governor decided to expand the budget for the state. Last year was 180 or 140 billion. So what the governor now did was expand it by 400 billion more. And if you look at it, it shows recurrent is 16% and capital expenditure is 84%, which is very, very huge.
That's quite impressive, actually, if we can follow through.
Yeah, it's very impressive, but where are you going to get the money? You understand? So he's literally going to borrow 84% of it, 50%
in
external.
one budget cycle.
Exactly, 50% external borrowings, another 50% from local banks. So he's only going to expand the debt of the state. But the viewpoint is whatever he's trying to build or whatever he's trying to create or whatever he's trying to do with the budget, right? I hope he's going to make money out of it to pay the loans. So what he's saying, last year, currently this year, they implemented 60% budget implementation. Implementing that alone, if he does 60% of that alone, I think it's going to be significant for the state. And then keeping, I think, for 16% of the recurrent budget, probably salaries for civil servants and the rest, those recurrent payments and expenditures that keeps going. If he keeps that in check for 2025 and implements 60% of 2024 budget, I think Abia State is going to be pushing forward than any of the Southeast states in the region. So with that, implementing building roads.
Are there any big ticket items, any game-changing items in terms of
education? I think education, he says 18%. Education 18%. Infrastructure probably would take a huge chunk of it, another 20%. So then healthcare and the rest. So the capital infrastructure that he intends to do seems to be laudable. My only concern is try to increase the revenue of the state, try to increase some taxes so that
but it's a case of it's a case of chicken and egg, isn't it? You have to have the infrastructure in order to attract the investment, and for you to attract the investment, you have to borrow to build the infrastructure.
Hopefully, that's what he's looking at, and like what you say, I think you're explaining it the way I also see it. But at the same time, it is a radical change from the norm, which has been going on in that state. So it's a radical change. It shows the governor is coming with a radical idea and a progressive implementation to turn around.
It comes with a strong CV, Alex Oti. It's left of center, isn't it? It's a people-centric sort of
he is, yeah, for someone who has gotten to the zenith of his career, becoming the CEO of one of those, the bank is dead now anyway. It's not child's play anymore, right? He built himself to get to that point, and so he's going to try as much as possible. From what I can see, though the budget is still small, but we are getting there. For me, what I would say with this budget, despite the fact that he's going to be spending roughly 84 or 82% of borrowing funds to implement the budget, I think Abia State has just started working now. So with that viewpoint, him implementing, if he can implement a good chunk of it, either 50, 60 or 70%, then definitely you will be seeing a different Abia State in the next 1, 2, 3 years.
Who was his predecessor?
It was what's this guy's name again? If I was his name, I'm trying to forget his last name. Is that bad that I can't remember? Okeze, yeah. Okeze. So it's
totally useless, Abi.
Yeah, oh no, extremely useless. There was no change. There was no change from the last time I visited the state to even to this year that I visited again. There's no change. So, but I believe he's not throwing the money into his. I don't think, even though he wants to throw a couple into his private pocket, he's going to do a few things that we can see. But he has started with the water fountain in Aba and Aba City, and a lot of people are out dancing and clapping for him in 2023. And then nightlife has returned back to Aba City, so which means economic activities cannot continue.
What's the security situation? What's the security? Is it one of those Simon Nipa states? Is it one of those? unknown
It
gunmen.
is, but I'll be honest with you. When I went to the village in July, in May, June, and July thereabout, the sit at home on Mondays was not effective. It didn't happen. People were going about doing their business, right? So I was observing and watching, but normal activities was going on. Though I moved around in the morning, I moved around in the night. I wanted to see what was going, but people were carrying on with their activities, and I didn't see anything different from other days. Though activities was a bit slower than Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but it's not something that was enforceable in stringent measures. But people were going out, supermarket opened, markets opened, people were trading. So I would say, give or take. I mean, in Umuahia, I didn't go around the entire Abia state. So, but I would think Aba would do likewise because Aba is a bubbling business city. So I would say that they want to make their money. They just don't give a damn, and they want to see how they can go about to feed their family and trade and do business and push economic activities to the next phase. My joy in all this is, yes, it looks good. And I'm also frightened because of the debt profile that might be hitting the states. But hopefully, if this capital expenditures that he's trying to do will be something he can make money from there, but let him go ahead and give it a shot. All kudos to him. I wish more power to his able, and I wish him all the best.
Is there any resource in Abia State in terms of mineral? Is there any industry?
None I can think of other than the citing a few factories. I think UAC used to have.
Is there farming there? Like
the farming activities is not it's not like in the north. I think mostly the farming activities are not that huge. And it should be something that the governor should be looking at, because right there in Umuahia State, there are lots of empty lands that can be converted for agricultural purposes. There are also lots of empty lands that can also be converted for industrial purposes. That's why I keep saying that the governors of the Southeast should think of their ideology. What do we want our state to be known for? And then begin to implement that ideology, so that when you hear Abia State, you know it for something. So that's the only way to turn around economic activities. Else you'll be putting your hands there, left, right, and center, and things you are just trying your luck. Try to have an idea, a clear vision, a clear vision, and then implement that vision, break it down to strategies and goals that you will start to implement for the next 4 years. And by 3 years, you begin to see some measurable success that you can identify with and show the people what you are doing. Not only the people in the state, but other people outside the state can see what you're trying to build and what you're trying to sell, and then give you the opportunity to do it again for another 4 years. And by the end of your tenure, we will be able to see some visible and also some infrastructure, not just infrastructure, but that vision will be clear, and we can see it and identify with it, and likely laudable ideas being implemented. And so if effectively you cannot put in a good successor, not like what is Fubara, not like Fubara, but a good successor who would follow up with that vision and continue to implement that vision, then we will now say Abia State is now a progressive state and is now moving into the next frontier. So it's about putting the vision. You have a 10 years vision, 5 years vision, 10 years vision, 15, 20, and 30 years vision. So you can't implement all, but that vision plan should be there, that any government or any administration or governor that is coming in can see that vision and begin to implement it. And I hope that should be the plan. That should be his idea. That should be what he's looking at. And that's where we will look at him and say, this is an ideology. This man is someone that is trying to make good progress for his people.
Emeka, I have a question. Why did it take about so long to get good government? Why take about so long? to get good
in the
government.
southeast. Yeah,
No, Abia, he said Abia.
Abia State. Abia, it's the same applicable in Nigeria, right? It's not specific to Abia State or any state in the southeast. You know, I think was it yesterday? Yeah, I was replaying the recordings for yesterday, and who was saying, was it Obina or someone else that was saying that our governors are there to serve themselves, and he's actually right. They're there to at the pleasure of themselves and for their friends or associates or affiliates or those who share the same ideas that are close to them. So they are not mainly there for the people. So basically, if you have a governor that can still implement things that can affect the people, then it's a good one because many of them are there to just increase their wealth, not just for them and but for their friends and associates or party members. It's really sad for us to now for Nigerians or to get a governor who would sit down and clearly describe what he intends to do that will majorly affect the livelihood of 70% of the people in a particular state is quite difficult. The only leader that was able to do that I can see so far, the only leader that was able was Obasanjo, and we are yet to get another Obasanjo in the country. And the only governor that was able to do that in Nigeria was Tinubu, and he's currently the president now. We are watching him. We don't know what he's up to. Things are not beginning to clear out yet. The water is still muddy. It's still murky. It's still milky. We are not seeing clearly. Let's see what's going to happen anyway.
All right, let me move you to this space. Are you aware of this, Emeka? Another Dangote, another Nigerian billionaire builds new refinery. More materials arrive from China. So it looks as though this is actually what's that? That's Rabiu. Dangote's arch rival, actually in Akwa Ibom and near completion. This went under the radar.
Going off way long. I think his publishers are trying to push in the narrative, right, so that they don't forget him and Dangote don't take all the shine. You see, it is his publishers or the publishers of the NNPC that's trying to push the narrative. But Rabiu has been building his refinery in Akwa Ibom for almost 3 years now, or more than that, running. So this is not news. Maybe whoever is pushing this is trying to bring him out to the forefront. But this is not news. It's well known. And it's not news. Almost most people know about his refinery in Akwa Ibom and what he has been doing. Maybe due to the influx of materials coming in from China, and they ask, this huge materials, where is it going to? And they say Akwa Ibom, for what purpose? The building of
Nigeria may well turn a corner in the next 5 years. The way because there are big ticket items coming to fruition over the next the biggest one, Dangote refinery. That insecurity is starting to abate a little bit, and the country is almost starting to take some form of structure. They've completed the second Niger bridge. They've completed the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The rail services are being built at a record pace. Intra-rail Lagos and Abuja. In the next 5 years.
Don't forget our brother Dave Umahi, who's trying to build the Lagos.
They are fighting him, and they are fighting him over that cement something.
Yeah, let's see how he finds that. Right? Dave Umahi, who is trying to build the Lagos-Abuja express road, right? That will take almost 4 hours to get to your destination, which is a laudable achievement, remarkable one. So it shows there's a turnaround. Things are trying to turn around. Some people, when I hear people say the military rule or regime was better than the civilian one, I laugh. I like, it's either they are from the Gen Zs, or maybe when they were old, they were just when they experienced the military, they were in their mother's womb, or they were babies, or they weren't talking at that point in time, or they were just hearing tales.
Emeka, anybody that doesn't have a position in Nigeria, especially Lagos, and they will struggle to have it in the next 3-5 years.
Yes, I think so. Now, even with yesterday's platform, I think someone was mentioning about banks, the recapitalization, right? That is not a mistake, for banks to recapitalize so that we will reposition our economy, right? Even though our naira has been devalued, but we are now repositioning our economy and asking banks to recapitalize for the next future what we intend to do to grow the economic to the next phase. So it shows the position the government wants to take. It also shows the position the administration is trying to implement. And right now, I can see on your screen, you're talking about the biggest stock exchange. It all embeds into the whole idea of moving into the next phase for Nigeria. If the banks are recapitalizing, the last time we had the recapitalization, which was in 2005, it also boosts the stock exchange. Stock exchange trade was going on, it was a bullish activity within that period. If you were not buying shares at that point in time, people will be asking you, what the hell are you doing? Even students were buying shares. Secondary school students were buying shares. Carpenters were buying shares. Traders were buying shares. Bankers were buying shares. So activities were just going, we were spending, and economic activities was booming at that point. From 2005 to 2008, towards the even 2010, it all collapsed in 2010 when Jonathan started eating our reserves. Him and his girlfriend, the petroleum minister, then.
Do you think he was sampling that girl, the petroleum minister?
Come on,
Because he has a reputation of being a bad boy. I have no shoes. I became president.
There was this popular juice, Jonathan went for a summit, and he saw a white woman, right? And he approached her. It was because he was a president, and the news would have gone out differently. You understand? Jonathan matched the white woman. I wanted the white woman to come to his hotel room. And that news would have gone out to the media in a very bad light. But they killed it quickly because it was good luck, Jonathan. So in that aspect, please, Jonathan was, they were chopping that money and chopping it every corner, and even in the Aso Rock presidential bed.
All right, Emeka, let me take you to this. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to Ondo State. Unbelievable going on. I mean, it's just an ugliness, isn't it?
It's about that time,
Kicking and screaming from State House. Your last action is what people remember you for the most, and they won't remember this guy now.
I won't want to pass blame to the governor per se. You will not want to heap debt on a man who is already down, right? He's sick, and that cancer is a terrible illness. So
they're saying he has leukemia. That's what they're saying.
It's cancer. Cancer.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah. So if I want to blame anybody, it is the people using his influence and authorities, to push their own push their selfish motives, right? Not him. The man, like he states, he can't sign. I know what it's like. Actually, my mom died of breast cancer, so I know what it's like. When you go through chemotherapy, you understand, you are as useless as anything. You just lay on the bed, you can't do anything, you vomit on the bed, you are weak, you understand. So I won't want to blame the man. You even read it at forged signature. So a lot of people who were maybe family members or friends or associates around him who still use his influence as being the governor of the state to perpetrate and perpetrate their own acts, we're just exploiting that gap and the weakness. So not him per se, but the good thing there is that it has gone so bad that the president has to step in. So which means it is so bad now that the man cannot even talk. So if he can't lift his hand, he cannot talk. then they cannot hide under the fraud like they did with Yaradua. They have to transmit power eventually. So with all the fights going on between them and the deputy governor, I think the deputy governor was just biding his time. He knew this would come to this state. So which means the deputy governor wins at the end. They would have struck a better deal, keep things okay, push the deputy governor into power, while he would try to still respect and preserve the interests of the governor as well as his family. All this is about money. It's money and power. It's just about money and power. I believe if they had sat with the deputy governor and discussed properly, I believe the deputy governor would, who has been praising his boss ever since, would have given them a sweet deal, and that's about that. So, but this we cannot put the interests of just one man or his family above the interests of a state and the millions of people in that state. So the president has done well, stepped in, and tried to address the situation and let the man move and take care of his health. If he's going to survive it, he's still the governor. He can come back. If he's not going to survive it,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that comeback window is still there. Is about 6-8 months to the end of his tenure anyway.
Yeah. I doubt it. Cancer is a very terrible. It's something that
he
we
should just go and take care of his health, man.
Let him
fight
focus
for
on
power,
his health. Yeah, let him focus. That's what I'm talking about. The deal. Let the family have a good deal with the deputy governor. You understand, and in such a way that okay, what will be the state of our the governor or our dad or our husband? Look at the situation, and I think the entitlement he gets as being a governor or ex-governor of the state, the deputy governor will still retain that, medical care and all those perks that comes with it. He will still do that. And, but to the deputy governor, I would say, man, you're one hell of a good Lord Jonathan too. You understand? Because if that man was healthy enough, there's a possibility he would have not handed power over to him to become the governor of this in the next election. But with the look of things now, he steps in within a couple of months, he builds the political structure around him, and he tries to give himself a good shot becoming the governor of Ondo State. So I wish him all the best of luck. It's an opportunity that doesn't come all the time.
Akeredolu wants his son to succeed him, Babajide or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't doubt that. You understand? That's why they are still, trying to see how to manage the situation till probably the election comes and they now say this is what the governor was. They've been hiding his state of health, hiding the state of affairs, his true state of situation. I think that's what they were looking at.
The Ondo State primaries is going to be an ugly fight.
Oh, the deputy governor is going to sweep it. With just a couple of few months, it's going to change the whole situation, right? That's why the deal would have come in, right? That boy, I hear, is a commissioner in his father's administration. He would have come to put in a good deal, put it in writing, probably have some people from Tinubu's camp to look into it and say, okay, yes, he's trying to protect his interests. There's nothing wrong protecting your interests in politics. There's nothing absolutely wrong, because once the deputy governor goes in, he probably will just forget and kick you out and change the whole machination of the state and the political structure so that everything goes through him and by him, and nothing else would fly without his involvement. So you put that deal in place and you say, okay, can I still become a commissioner in your state just to maintain my father's legacy and the rest? And, you say, okay, fine. It happened with Lyndon Johnson during the assassination of Kennedy, right? And he said, okay, Kennedy is dead. John Kennedy is dead. I'm not the acting president. I would continue with his administration as well as his legacy. I'm here to implement the legacy of Kennedy. Then he also won the election, but eventually he decided to resign, and so be it. But that's what it should look like. Let me implement the legacy of my boss, Akeredolu, and going forward, anything you are doing, oh, my boss will want something like that. That's how you carry everyone along, as well as the family of the governor, and things will go well for each and everyone involved in the fight. Woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Emeka, I still want to know what you are following in the news, but let me move the conversation around. The room is not fully packed here, so I should sweep round back to you fairly quickly. But let me go.
I'm not sleeping any soon now.
Look at that! You've not had that glass of wine yet. So you look at this guy. What's your poison anyway? Are you a wine man or what's your poison?
I'm a brandy man, brandy, cognac. Both.
What about whiskey? Do you find whiskey too harsh?
No, I will read that. I'll rather just blend it. I'll blend it, put it with ice, but I find it too hot.
Do you drink brandy with a chaser, or do you drink? Do you drink it just with ice?
Sometimes with ice, sometimes with coke. But brandy and cognac, yeah.
All right,
that's me. Thank you.
Do you drink coffee?
Oh, very well.
Do you put milk in it?
Yes, I do.
Oh God!
Sometimes, if I'm very tired, right, and I want to stay active, yeah, I go black.
Do you know what I think? I think anybody that puts milk in coffee should be shot. You know, if you want to drink milk, it takes away from the taste of the coffee. Now, how can you put milk in coffee?
No,
if you want to drink milk, just drink milk now.
Okay, I don't know how the coffee in the UK is like, right? The UK is mainly a tea drinking community, right? But in the US and in Canada, right, there's a way you blend the coffee. There are different kinds of coffee, cappuccino,
is it Dow Egbert? Is it Dow Egbert? Are you an instant man or you brew your own?
No, I don't brew. I just go to the shop and I get. So for those who are in Canada, don't know Tim Hortons. Their coffee is usually really, really nice. I go for the double. You understand? Double cream, double sugar.
God.
And I take the coffee.
It's unbelievable.
It still gives you a good kick anyway. It still gives you a good kick just to enjoy yourself. But if I'm so tired and I want coffee, I just go black.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So yes, to the Jagaban of One Man Went to Move platform, the majestic Ekene, big guy, Alpha.
One man idea.
Yeah, no, that's a better quality sound.
Okay. I don't know what really happened, but it's okay. So Alpha One Man, greetings everyone on the platform.
Good to have you here, Ekene. Christmas fast upon us. So TikTok. In another week and a bit, then it's Merry Christmas, and then after that is the January depression.
Supposed to be a good one for us, but unfortunately, I sent you some videos.
Yes, I saw it. Yes, sorry about that.
I'm not really happy because even if anybody that wants to travel home to Christmas, especially in my town, Oba, see that incident, that person will be taken aback. As in, you'll be asked, am I going to travel or should I stay where I am? Because that's just a video. But on ground, what I heard with the conversation of the people in the village, it was very terrible. Because a lot of people were injured. More than 20 people are in the hospital. More than 7 boys from my village died. 7 guys. And 2 people were kidnapped. The owner of that club and one other guy was kidnapped. So it's a very
you have to factor unknown gunmen into travels to the you have to factor them into Christmas now. And by the way, Rudolph is from your village. Maybe I should, if you are okay, I'll forward those things you sent me to him. Rudolph is from where you come from.
Is he from Oba? Or
I think it's from Oba. I think it's from Oba.
Well, I don't know if he's from Oba. Maybe you can ask him. But my major concern is that the calmness of our governor when these things are happening is my major concern, because we are not far from Onitsha. Anybody that knows Oba is almost Onitsha. So when such things happen and our governor are not doing anything, you feel so comfortable. There is no way you are trying to create security outfit to fight insecurity in your state. That is the area I'm being annoyed. So Soludo is disappointing me. Honestly speaking, Soludo is disappointing me. Whatever that is.
Has it made
whatever.
has it made any public statement on that incident?
No, no. And you know this is the second one in just 3 months from that same village, and the other places like there are other places in Anambra.
Is it rival gangs fighting it out? Is there?
I think the rate of cultism that is growing in Anambra now, the rate of cultism is too high. So, and those guys, they need proper treatment from the government in order to tame them. Because if the government don't come in, I don't know who will fight them, because the way the people that saw that things, the kind of gun they use, where do they get that kind of gun? Those guys you see that they killed are just local vigilantes. Those guys they killed, those 7 guys. One is just a rich guy from a neighboring village. One a very rich guy like that just come to club that night. They just gunned that guy down. Then others were security guards, bouncers from the village. So the one they used axe to remove his head, his hand, and his one of his leg. I heard they were shooting that guy. That one, they were shooting that one. That one, the bullet was not entering. So when his bullet finished, they rushed him, used a cutlass, chop off his head and his hand and his leg. So, man, that
you know, I wonder about people who are capable of that level of savagery, and then they will have a bath and go back home and hug their children. How is that possible?
I don't know. It's very one man. Forget. The only thing I know is that honestly, I'm not happy with Soludo. I'm not happy, because even when I called a lot of people. What is the governor doing? What is the state of the office? What is he doing in that state? The people were telling me that this guy is doing nothing. He's doing nothing. Just created tax avenue, all this and all that. Sometimes he's trying to make some move, but when you check it, nothing is happening. So, and that is when you go to, when Emeka was speaking of Abia State, you know, all these things, when you talk about insecurity, when you have a governor that is knows what he's doing, you'll not be talking about this insecurity. Unless in few months, they discover the name of these kidnappers in one local market that is it up one market like that. He evacuated everybody in that market. That market used to be night market. He made it day market. More than 70 bodies were discovered in that market one day in Abia State. Then he now have to put policies. Since that incident, Abia State has been a very calm state in the southeast. Since ever he made that move as a governor. He don't need to wait. He visited that environment. Bodies were discovered, more than 80 bodies were discovered. Since that incident, Abia State has remained a very calm state up till today. People are moving freely. Most of the places, night activities has returned. So it doesn't take a lot. Just your eagerness to do something for the people. So no matter how people will want to criticize Alesoti, I think he has done wonderfully well in Abia State, and he's trying to do much. Look at his budget. No matter how it is the best in the Southeast that we have ever seen. It's the best.
But how is he going to implement it? Is the thing.
He knows he is going to do it. Even if he does half of it, he's even better than my own governor. even if he does half of it, it's better than my own governor. So when I say that my governor is doing nothing,
567.24 billion. He would generate 166.08 billion and borrow 401.16 billion. So borrowing 71% of 2024 budget and generating 29%. From the 567.24 billion, I will be spending 476.01 billion. 84% will be used for capital expenditure, whilst 91.23, 16% will be used for recurrent expenditure.
well, I know what I know is that this budget now, this is the first budget he's making. So even if he borrows a lot to put a lot of infrastructures, many things in the state, I think it worth it, because number one, Abia State Abia State need is infrastructure, because when you look at your state, you know the need of your state. Abia State, what they need is infrastructure. They are manufacturers, both in shoes and clothing. So, but what is
BT here? I have a question for you. I had to come just to ask a question because I've been airing rumors and I cannot confirm because I am not from that part of the country. You obviously love the Abia State governor. I think we can all agree that you believe in him. So, and he's also a Labour Party member, and actually technically is the highest ranking Labour Party member right now because he's the governor. So he's technically the party leader right now. Let's say he performs very well and he decides to run for president in the next 4 years. Peter Obi, Alex Oti, Labour Party primaries. Who do you vote for?
Well, when that time comes, but for me, you said if he performs, which I know that he has started to perform, and I know that both of them will not challenge each other. So Alex Oti, the only thing I know is that anytime Alex Oti comes out to contest, as far as he does well.
Hold on. No. It's not what if. I'm asking you what if he does decide it. Because he has like you said, he has the momentum. He's governor. He's in Labour.
Yeah.
If he decides to run, he does excellently well. And I know you love it.
I will support him. I will support him if he do very well.
I'm saying between him and Peter Obi, let's say they decide to run at the same time the next 4 years. Labour Party primaries, who do you go for?
I said I will support him very well if he does very well, because he has not finished his tenure. He's just starting. So when he finishes, I will evaluate him very well. But the one thing I know is that he will have my support anytime he decides to run.
Over Peter Obi,
if he does very well.
Over Peter Obi, right? Just to have it on record.
Just let him finish. You see what happens.
It's not about what. No. I want to know between both. No, there's a reason why I asked that question.
For now, I will not. For now, you will not conclude because he has not done one term.
No, because again, because I'm hearing rumblings about he might make a run for it when it becomes available. When that support becomes available.
No, before he talks of that, because before he talks of that, he will first of all finish his second term. Because I think if he finishes his second term, Obi will be 70 at that time, and him too is not a young guy, so he's almost at the same age with Obi.
There's no part of the world that say that you must run 2 times to run for president. You can do 1 time and say you're ready. You don't have to go for 8 years to prove anything. If you're good enough,
your statement is a hypothetical question.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
It doesn't make sense.
It's a hypothetical question, but throw Soludo in that mix as well. He's not Labour Party, of course, but it come 2027, if Alex Oti, Peter Obi, and Soludo put themselves up, how would that play out?
It's not gonna. The governors will want to go for second term, so the question doesn't really.
First of all, finish the second term, then we talk. But for now, even if you are talking about anybody coming from the southeast, don't put Soludo there unless Yoruba people want to support him.
But Yoruba people will support him. That's the thing.
That's the reason why I brought up the name Alex Oti, because I think even across the divide, he has this kind of appeal to other part of the country. I've noticed that people kind of they're willing to listen to what he has to say. Like Soludo, but if people love him, and he also has this wide appeal to other part of Nigeria. That's why I brought his name up. But thank you, Kenny, for at least trying to address it, respond to the question. Thank you.
Yeah, but to expand what Babati was saying, Kene, the Yorubas will support Soludo because they like him and is somewhat detribalized, you know. So and he has a following in the southeast as well and in the north as well. You know,
one man. That's not true.
What do you mean?
That's not true. One man.
What's not true?
No.
Listen. One of my brother that I called today when these things happened. When I campaigned for Soludo, I campaigned for him very well. I even told the guy why vote Soludo. He's a professor, all this and other. I tried to paint him all that good. But when I called him and I asked him, what is this guy doing about insecurity in our state? He said, Shebi, I tell him, say, Soludo na professor. In they tell me that I tell him, say, Soludo na professor, Soludo na that. So Shebi don't the professor us now. Shebi, I don't see him. That time, in the term,
Soludo will not even win second term. He's not going to win the second term.
I don't even see him winning second term. So don't listen all this rigging of the stuff. So,
what you have to decide is if you want power to transit to the southeast or not. Because there are acceptable faces to the rest of Nigeria, there are acceptable faces from the southeast, and there are unacceptable faces from the southeast.
Can I say something?
Let me just land it. An acceptable face from the southeast is somebody like Soludo who has a cross-ethnic appeal. An acceptable face is also Alex Oti, who also has a cross-ethnic appeal. An unacceptable face is somebody like Peter Obi, who a lot of people feel that is just an ethnic jingoist. So if you want power to transit, you cannot. Somebody like Abaribe, nobody is going to vote for Abaribe outside of the southeast. So you either present a Nigerian Igbo.
Can I answer one thing, please?
So there's a Nigerian Igbo, and then there's an Igbo. People like Obi, they are Igbo, so they can stay where they are. But people like Soko, etc., they are Nigerian Igbo. One man. Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry that I am interjecting. Look, number one, you say Obi is Igbo. For instance, Obi won in 12 states, and those Southeast has only 5 states. And Obi, we know, according to IRF, Obi won Rivers, and Obi won also Benue State. And if you check, the other 7 states are not in the southeast, including the 2 that was robbed off him, where they claim he came second. That is Benue and Rivers. This is not southeast. And I promise you, if Soludo was into position to have contested in place of Obi, even when Obi contested, I'm not even sure Soludo will garner even up to 1.5 or 2 million votes, the whole Nigeria. I don't see Soludo will anywhere. He cannot even get like 500,000 votes. So Obi from Southeast, the only person that can get vote more than every other person, 10 times more, is Obi. Even Oti is today governor is because of Obi. If Obi didn't come out and campaign with Oti, and because of the influence of Obi, Oti will not win.
My brother, I think
all this thing is like saying Ferrari. It's like they ask you window 95, window 95, and window 2000. You say window 95 is better because you hate window 2000.
I think what one man is saying is this: that we don't I'm not Igbo. One man is not Igbo clearly, but what we're saying is that we don't feel like if Obi runs again, it can do better than what he's already done. I think that's the best he could do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They say it was only 4 people. Even Emeka said he can't even win one state in get 1,000 votes in Southeast.
Let me finish. What we are saying is that sometimes Falaye was Yoruba's choice for president. OBJ was the compromise. We had to compromise for OBJ. OBJ was not the Yoruba candidate we actually wanted. We wanted Falaye.
Okay.
But we had to compromise with an Obasanjo.
Okay.
So what he's saying is that Peter Obi is your choice, ideally in that region. But who is your compromise candidate that is more appealing to everybody else is what he's asking you. You have to have somebody apart from Obi that people can.
Okay, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to put a reverse the question to you now, please. Now, you said Obi Soludo is more likable character in Southwest.
No, I didn't even.
No, one man said that.
That you forget to do. You give me a name like okay. I said,
but
like,
Obi won the biggest place where you talk of Southwest. You're talking of Lagos. The only Lagos, the population of Lagos. If you put the whole Southwest, Lagos still has more population than all of them put together. I feel so. Maybe I'm wrong. But what I'm trying to say is that Obi beat the home man there, the homeboy. He beat him hands down, including all the votes that were stolen from him. He still beat him. And he's not a likable. Do you know that more Yorubas voted for Obi than Igbos?
My friend, I'm not discussing Southwest. I'm discussing where he did.
No, one man that said Obi, if Obi comes back, my question to you now, if Obi comes back the next election now, let's say 2027, do you think Obi will not get more votes in Southwest than he got this time?
Stay with me. Forget Southwest. I'm actually discussing Northeast and Northwest. That is the problem.
Yeah, he's gonna get more vote now because the current government, because of the policies they have and the hardship people are going through and the protests and everything. You see every day you see people protesting in the Northeast, Northwest against his government. That is, he's playing into the hands of Obi. If election will call tomorrow, do you think that Tinubu will get the same kind of support and vote he got from the people in the Northeast and Northwest? You think so?
He will get more. He will get more.
He will not even get half of it.
One man, let's make this more interesting. Let's remove Atiku from the equation. Let's say it's just Tinubu versus Peter Obi, and the same thing scenario plays out. More people will vote for Tinubu in the north. Do you know why? Because they know that just give him his 4 years and we can get our 8 years back. They understand the politics.
Even when they give him more 4 years, even when people continue to die.
There's no way they're going to vote for somebody from Southeast when they know that just give Tinubu for his 4 years, then he comes back up north.
That's the only ground. That is the only ground he will get vote there, because they know if Obi comes, that means another 8 years to south. So they want to get the power.
So why would you?
But if you're on a plain ground, on a neutral ground, Tinubu is not going to get it.
We are talking about reality. Charles, can you not do that?
Go ahead.
No, carry on, Babasi. Yeah.
But that's my point to you. You have to look at the political landscape. It's not how you think things are right. You must look at it from the lens of other ethnic groups, the way they deal with politics. So when you want to make your argument, it's not about what is right. It's about what is effective. So,
but Northeast and Northwest cannot make you a president. Only those two zones cannot make you a president.
But this is what I'm saying. If you're from the south,
well, they can.
They cannot. They need the south for somebody to be president.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. Remember, we're discussing people from the south now. We are saying that you have secured your own base.
Yes, you have your stronghold, both of you, and then your politics base in the north. Yeah.
Once you secure your own base, like your northeast, those two will now get you over the coastline. That's the point we are making. I'm saying that if I'm from the north or northwest or northeast, no way, if we remove Atiku from the equation, no way I'm voting for Peter to be against Tinubu. It is against my own political interest. I'm not going to do that. So you must look at it from that perspective, not the way you think it should go, but the way it's going to go, most likely.
Can I interject? Sorry, on Babati. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so Babati, I think you are
Upon I forgot to throw away my greetings to you. I forget you.
Yeah.
My guy, how far now?
I'm all right.
The two of you are in Lagos. I'm surprised we've not hooked up yet, but
I don't want to see Upton in Lagos. I want to see him in the east. Will not be.
Yeah, I think that's gonna make a lot of sense. We can sit over on palm wine and chill.
Yes, because this time around I will not be chilling at Toba. I'll be chilling at Nnewi. So no club right now, but this time around.
I think you're welcome. Yeah, we chill and then we snap some pepper then picture for 1 month. You know,
That's what we're going to do. We're going to send one man some pictures. So after
Yes.
I would like to have your number this night so that I add you on WhatsApp. Very soon we are going down to East.
Yeah,
Enough
yeah.
of the bromance. Can we see the topic? This bromance is
Yeah,
gonna
yeah. All right. If you're happy, I'll pass your number on to Kenneth.
Yeah,
But
yeah, please do that.
all right. Yeah,
So
back to your
yeah,
interjection. Yeah.
yeah. Baba T, my brother, I think you're somewhat deviating from the whole um question of which you were the original person that asked the question, because this is the case of you were asking about popularity, yeah, and then you factored in OT, you brought OB, and then I think 1 man threw in Soludo from somewhere, and in the southeast, in terms of, so now that you are deviating and talking about northerners voting for Tinubu, not necessarily because it's that popular, but because they will want
No, I did
power
not.
to hasten up.
I said if you know, hold on, let me clarify.
Yeah.
I said no. I said if we remove article from the equation, because he asked me about not it and not, and I said if we remove the article from, let's say article is not running and it's between Obi and article, that's why we moved the way. So I
No,
wasn't.
no. See the point. See the point I'm making. See the point. Let me make the point. Sorry. So, what you say is the reason why Northerners is going to vote for Tinubu in the next election, which is that they will want the southern reign to come to an end quickly enough for the power to come back to the north. I don't think that is an indictment on Obi or Obi's popularity, which is actually the main topic we're discussing, which you brought up where you brought in OT and Soludo and others. I think that's just a political expediency for that particular election year, whereby Northerners would probably want Southerners to finish, so it comes back to the North. It does not reflect, because even if you throw in Soludo and OT in that same particular scenario, is this Northerners are going to do the same thing? They're going to vote Tinubu over a Soludo or an OT.
Okay,
So I don't think
back to the original question. No, back to the original question.
You deviated from the original.
Okay, so back to the original question then. If it was, let me ask you, if it was between Alex Oti and Peter Obi, and let's say Alex Oti performs wonderfully, I know they said second time. Let's just say he's done with the first time, he thinks he's ready to go, and he performs very well. Between him and Alex Oti, who would you go for? Just you.
Okay, I personally, okay, question for me. So there is no how an Obi and an Alex will be on the same primaries or ticket, and then I will go for an Alex over Obi, and I'm going to give you my reasons. Very, very simple reasons. Now, the thing, because when we were talking about popularity and then you were talking about acceptance, obviously there's never going to be a time that a candidate is going to be accepted across all 6 regions. That's number one. Then secondly, when you're talking about acceptance, you're talking about mobilization. Now, does OT have the personality to do the kind of unprecedented mobilization that Obi did in the last election, which nobody gave him a chance? Nobody thought he was going to be able to do that. But us that knew him over the years knew that if Obi is blessed with anything, it is the power of mobilization. He has a sweet mouth.
It's even ridiculous for anyone to compare Obi and
I'm coming. So Obi can sell you a piece of candle that you don't need. He's a salesman, and he's a great mobilizer. He has it in his mouth, and then the personality is likable. Obi was the only candidate in the last election where even the opposition, most of the time when you talk to the opposition, they don't really have any hate towards Obi. Most of the time they just say, no, I just hate the obedience. Obi, I mean, he's a cool guy. I mean, it's cool, but disobedience are the one. So it's not usually so. Even the people that's not supporting Obi don't necessarily hate Obi. They still, okay, it's cool, it's all right, but I don't support him. I support some other candidates. So he has. You know what I'm saying? So
Obi did not mobilize anybody, by the way. It was the zeitgeist of that moment. It was the spirit.
That's not true, 1 man. And I'm gonna reply that. Sorry, please. Pardon me, Baba T. I don't know if it's your time though, but okay, I think it's against time. Please, no, 1 man. That is a twist of history. 1 man, I can decide to start sending you video. Obi didn't start 2023 campaign in 2022. He started in 2016. Just that a lot of you were carried away.
No. It
You
doesn't
started
matter when it
popularizing.
started. It was the zeitgeist. It was the zeitgeist. It
No,
was the
no,
spirit.
no,
It was the
no.
spirit of that moment in time. Nothing
The
to do
anti,
with Peter Obi.
No,
Yeah.
the
no,
anti,
one
no,
man.
the
And
anti.
thank you, Babati. We all know what played out now.
Let me tell you what played out.
Nobody cares about Peter Obi that much.
No, what are you saying? One man, you know, when you guys say these things, us that we are on ground, when you guys say this thing, we almost like you guys are living in Pluto or Jupiter or something. One man, I went to almost 17 states because of this man, and I talked to people I've never talked to before.
When Pa,
and I heard the passion they had.
No, forget all that passion. No, it wasn't towards Peter Obi. It was a fed upness. When Pa Adebanjo decided to hop for Peter Obi, is it faith in Peter Obi, or was it fed up with Tinubu, APC, and the rest of it?
No. Allow me to answer, please. Allow me to answer. One man.
Sorry, I think the word everybody's looking for is anti-establishment vote. That's all.
Yeah, that's all it is. It wasn't anything. It wasn't anything to do with Peter Obi. What happened?
Obi will beat Tinubu anytime in Lagos State. Obi will beat him anytime.
Calm down.
Even next election, he's going to beat him too.
Please allow me to reply, one man. And I like what Kulata brought into the conversation. Anti-establishment votes. Now, one man. Let me tell you something. There has never been a time in Nigerian history that there was no existing anti-establishment voters. In fact, majority of Nigerians has always belonged to that bloc, because majority of Nigerians has been anti-establishment. The problem is that they have not seen an anti-establishment figure before. Now, you Obi placing himself as an anti-establishment figure successfully.
Sorry, that's not true. Buhari was an anti-establishment candidate under CPC for a long time, and he had bigger numbers than Obi. So don't try and rewrite history.
He was an ex-general,
right?
former head of state.
Yeah,
He was former head of state.
Votes, so
he had 12 million votes.
And he was the former head of state. Let's chip that in. Now, I admit it, and I've always said that the only politician that has ever done what Obi did was only Buhari, ever.
How can you call Obi an anti-establishment?
That was when Beavers, they didn't introduce Beavers. They bring people, they just write the results and numbers.
Let's not even go into the technicality of those numbers.
Let's not bring Beavers into it.
Let's not even go into the technicality of those numbers.
Hold on, Uptown.
But Uptown, I want to say something about the Paya Adebanjo.
Hold on, Ekene. You know, there was a latent backlash against the way that the NSAS movement was handled. So that latent backlash was looking for expression, which it found in that obedience space. There was the anti-establishment, the brutish and brutalization that the country went through for 8 years under Buhari. That was looking for expression. There was the ethnic nationhood narrative that was looking for where to park. And so all of this
Muslim ticket.
Muslim ticket. It was the perfect storm. This zeitgeist. Hold on. All of those things coalesced into what Obi presented in order to see if they can pull together all those pockets to form enough of a mass, either to unseat, but certainly to shake the establishment. So OP's personality did not drive anything. I'm not even sure if it's not an oxymoron to say Obi.
Man, it is very funny to in a campaign whereby 95% of all the campaign was almost like a personality cult. So it is almost like every single thing is based on Obi's personality and characters and attitudes. Every single theme of the Obedient campaign. In fact, nothing to do with Labour Party. It was like a personality cult. So for somebody to come to say it's not about personality in a personality cult like a Obedient movement, it's better. Is that obviously you cannot wake somebody pretending to be sleeping. So I might not label that, because I think most of us are very intelligent and we know what we're doing. But the point
and in terms of Paya Adebanjo, you know, people don't know Obi is a great mobilizer, but people don't understand. Why Adebanjo has known Obi from time immemorial. Why Adebanjo has commissioned a lot of projects for Obi during the time Obi was a governor. They didn't meet today. They didn't start today. You can go and check it. He commissioned many projects for Obi. Why Adebanjo in person when Obi was a governor of Anambra State.
Ekene,
and the people think that Pai Adebanjo just woke up today and say, I am supporting Obi. Why are we blind to those things? You know, I saw him meeting some SS2 student these days, going to schools, all these SS1 students, SS2 and all that. But people don't know that is mobilization, because in the next 4 or 8 years,
Ekene, they don't know
those guys will be 18. And when those guys begin to support him, you think they are mad. But today he's visiting those schools, donating money to their schools, making them to know him even at their tender age. At least in the next 4 years, those guys will be 18 years.
See,
most of them need to have their PVC.
Ekene, sorry. Let me just land. Let me just finish up very fast. The problem that these guys have with Obi is that his style of politics is so alien to them. So when he's playing his own, when he's doing his own mobilization, they don't know till he sparks the light. Like it's almost like when you are going, when a magician wants to practice the craft of what's it called, hypnosis. And when he's going through the craft, you don't know what he's doing till he snaps his finger. I has been following Obi, so any place you bring me, I can provide you all the pathways he went through. From when he started mobilizing in 2016, going across universities, every town hall, and preaching anti-establishment message, even as a PDP member. He was the only PDP member that was going to public and say, he wouldn't say that Buhari's government failed Nigeria. He said that the leadership failure in Nigeria, the failure of Nigeria is a result of leadership failures over the years. That means he didn't even exclude his party PDP. He was the only opposition that was talking then. But then, because he was not an Atiku Abubakar then, these guys were busy playing Abuja politics. Obi was busy gallivanting and talking directly with the people. And then Atiku and the team, they saw this closing up to 2019, that this guy was already winning the heart of the youth. And they brought him in as the vice president.
He was telling the people lies on the platform. Telling the people lies on the platform.
So they brought him in 2019 as a way of cleansing Atiku's sin, to use it to pad up Atiku's profile to gather the votes of the youths. But what they didn't know
Uptown,
sorry.
Stop selling him.
Uptown, sorry. When I was growing up, there used to be one program on NTA. What's the name of that program? It's about story for tortoise. When they say all this Ijapa kind of stuff. Filled by moonlight. Looks like that's what exactly you're saying. You're just fabricating your own fiction. It sounds good, it sounds sweet, but it's just fiction.
Kulata. To prove to you that I say no fiction, Kulata, you can throw in a direct challenge to me. I can compile from 2016 to 2020 the journey of Obi, whether in the diaspora or whether in the different town halls of Nigeria. And
the journey of Obi, uptown, no need to elongate this. The journey of Obi is happenstance. A lot of things converge at the same time, and he took advantage of it. And the maximum he could get is 6.5 votes. What he pulled in Lagos, hold on. What he pulled in Lagos.
One voice. Let Kulata land.
Let me just
ask him a question.
No, let him land.
Just hold on. What he pulled in Lagos, I can swear on anything that he will not get those Yoruba votes that he got. He's never getting them again.
You swear before election, Kulata. Now you swear.
I did not swear before election. I said Tinubu will win, but those Yoruba votes in Lagos is gone.
Kulata.
We saw it reversed in the governorship.
I want to ask Kulata a question. Kulata, do you think in a very decent and a responsible society, Obi and Tinubu stand for election? Let's say in a responsible society, let's say US or here, who do you think that stand a chance to have a landslide? Do you think, in reality? Besides, take away rigging, take away corruption, take away.
Now you know the answer they will give you.
No. They put the question to Kulata now. Let Kulata address it.
Kulata,
Based
in all
on-
sincerity, Obi and Tinubu stand now election in a country like UK or anywhere. Do you think that Tinubu stand a chance against Obi in a very decent society?
In a very decent society, people look at
where the truth.
But let me answer.
The question, but
I understand your question.
The room
in a very decent society, people look at that performance metric. There's no known metric that exists that Tinubu does not hands down beat Obi. Not a single metric, because Obi's performance, it was out-advertised. Obi is someone that they spun around. They just created a narrative that doesn't exist. First time I heard about this guy, I went straight to the numbers.
You already answered my question.
No, you have to give him the room to answer.
He already answered the question.
Let him answer. Just let him answer. Sorry.
There's no right thinking person that just looks at metrics, just performance. Forget about emotions. Just the raw performance that's going to compare and they're going to say Obi is more electable than Tinubu. It's not possible, except you are jaded with emotions. So I think a fair society will always pick Tinubu 10 times out of 10 over Obi based on their performance.
Okay, can I come in here? Kulata?
No, hold on a second.
Please, on that metric.
Please, let me. That brings my second and final question, please. Kulata, before Tinubu became the Lagos State governor, that metrics you're talking about, and what was he doing? How did he impact the people? What kind of achievement he had, public, not private, if not for Lagos State? And do you think that if Tinubu was a governor of Osun State, he could have performed the way he performed in Lagos, knowing that Lagos was once the capital where the federal government already laid all the infrastructure that can make anyone succeed? Do you think Tinubu was Osun State governor, for instance, or let's say Zamfara State governor? Do you think he would have performed? And before he became governor, what was his achievement, public-wise, not private?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. Before he became governor, he was a senator of Lagos. He was a senator of Lagos State. Before he became governor, he was in Nadeco fighting for the democracy that he's currently the president of.
That's now, when it comes,
no, you asked him a question.
You asked me a question, and I'm answering you.
Yeah.
And when it comes to, if he was governor on one state or the other, people deal with actuality, not hypothetical. Hypothetically, I could be a billionaire, but in reality, I am not one. So we don't deal with hypotheticals. We deal with real results.
Originally, he's from Osun State. He's not from Lagos State.
No, you're all over the place, man. Well, you're asking him.
Being emotional.
Of course. I'm asking a direct. One man, you know what I'm asking, but you playing around it.
No, you are asking him a question, and then because he's giving you the answer that is not consistent with your politics.
No, that my question is, would he have Lagos State is a state?
Okay,
the federal government already laid all the infrastructure.
Hold on, Maurice.
Anyone could succeed in Lagos State.
Let me rephrase the question so maybe it be better understood. So what Maurice is asking you is in relative terms. So Tinubu has all of the advantages that Lagos State has. So what Maurice is saying is that those advantages, which were for a very long time federal, is what really amplified his performance. But if you transmuted Tinubu to an average middle of the road sort of state, wouldn't have been able to achieve to the level that he achieved in Lagos State. So that really is a relativity sort of a question. So if you look at the quantum of Tinubu's achievement, vis-a-vis where Lagos was to where he propelled it to, then you can, not looking at the numbers, but looking at the proportion from a start base to a landing point. If you take those metrics and you put it in another state, there's a very good chance, because he is the difference between where Lagos was and where Lagos is. And if you take him to another state, he will still achieve those matrices, not to the level of Lagos State, but to the quantum of change that he effected.
I don't believe that. Jakonde was much better governor than Tinubu.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Can I respond? One man, do you remember the very first time I came on this platform? The very, very first day I came on this platform. Do you remember what I said? Because I remember clearly. It was this same conversation. I said, forget about Lagos, forget about Anambra. Look at percentages. The increase from a percentage standpoint, like normalize both Lagos and Anambra, normalize them to 1. Like normalize them, Lagos, Anambra, 1. Now look at the increase, percentage increase. Tell me which was a bigger increase between Labour and Anambra. Someone got hold of Anambra State, made the state more dependent on federal allocation. Not even, it did not increase anything. Like this, by the time he left Anambra, the state was more dependent on federal allocation. A lot of money that passed through these hands, there was zero to nothing investments that came out of it. Even out of those investments, he commingled it with personal investment, with proof. So it did not, there was nothing productive in what he did. Even the only thing of note that he did, it was a copy of Tinubu's template of returning schools to the mission. Tinubu was the first person to do it. So in terms of ideas, nada. In terms of productivity, nada. In terms of growing things out of poverty, poverty got worse. So what exactly am I supposed to compare when we normalize it? Lagos still beats Anambra. So I really don't understand what we're talking about.
Okay, Kulata, can I come in? Can I come in? Because
you're just everywhere. You're just everywhere. Let me say something. Let me come in. Missionary schools. It's not even Tinubu that did it. Well, I mean, I don't really get the way you guys think at all.
Let me say something, Joel. You know, well, Kulata, you are just saying things, and you just say things because you want to say things. Everybody here say Tinubu achieved this, Tinubu did this, but nobody has been able to mention one project or one thing that he did that we can go and see in a particular place in this platform. You are just exaggerating things the way you want to exaggerate it. But I can confidently tell you that Obi in Anambra State, in terms of HDI, Human Development Index, is the best in all 36 states in Nigeria, standing till today. And I can give you indices. I can give you how he do it. I can tell you in the infrastructural aspect of it, where he did it, both in health and in education. There's no two ways about that. And I can pull out the investors that came in Anambra State. I can pull it out here, send it to one man. One man will reveal it in this platform and show you the investors that came in Anambra State during his time as a governor. Last time Madam AI was here and was saying that Obiano was the person that demolished house to do this, to curb insecurity in Anambra State. I called her a liar. He told me to go and Google it. When I put my Google, I couldn't see anything. Google could not pull anything out. I went back and I Googled. I couldn't see any achievement of Obiano in terms of security. I told her here confidently that Peter Obi handed a well-secured state to Obiano. That the house he was saying that was demolished by Peter Obi. One house in Orifte, owned by Evans, one kidnapper then, which Obi demolished and chased him out of Anambra State. He was later caught up in Lagos State and is still in detention up to today. That achievement was done by Obi. No other governor did it. The house was put down. All his investment in Anambra State was this. So when people come here and say things, you turn somebody's achievement and you credited it to Obiano's achievement just for you to perpetrate lies on a national platform. I don't know how
to do you want to hear a report? Do you want to hear a report on Peter Obi from an obedient that is even more senior than you? And even more senior obedient. This is what he has to say about Peter Obi.
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. Yes. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
So that was a senior obedient. And hold on, here is what Tinubu thinks of it all.
When you go to major bands, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
And one man, please. I think God beg you. Ekene just ran his mouth. Please go to Instagram. The last link I just sent you, pull it up and read that story. Because according to Ekene, Obi fixed insecurity. I just beg you in the name of Jesus, open that link, just read the headline and look at the date.
The issue here is this, right? The issue here is
one man, please read that headline before Joel comes.
Yes, Anambra demolishes 4 houses belonging to kidnappers, police parade suspects, and of course, Willie Obiano, the governor then.
So one man, if Obi fixes security, why is Obiano still? Hold on, Joel, please. I think God beg you. If Obi fixes security, what is Obiano's business still destroying leftover?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Security.
Everybody on this platform. Everybody on this platform. You all heard hold on a second.
One voice at a time. One voice.
And I said, please, let me talk, please.
Wait, you heard the kind of boasting. Yeah, they cannot boasting that Obi fixing insecurity in Anambra.
No.
So explain what Obiano is doing there.
You cannot
no, he fixed it now. It's Peter Obi. Hold on
now. Can I just say something, Kulata? Stop acting like you don't know what he was talking about. You can never fix security 100%. If you kill a criminal today, another criminal will come out tomorrow. Security is a continuous
especially when the sheriff leaves town.
That's not what Ekene said.
It's a continuous killing process.
So the issue there is this. We all know that in the past, Opiweka, that 6 or 7 and 10 lane that was built there, it was Obi that did it. Before Obi did that, if you come down to Opiweka, your leg will not reach the floor. They will supply you. Why are we just like, if we are so bitter, can you be so bitter that you can lie on somebody?
There's nobody bitter. I can make a claim, and he got debunked.
No,
I stand by my claim. I understand by my claim.
Gentlemen, one voice. I know it's a passionate.
Let me just say something now. Let me just say something, please.
Okay. Let's do it in this order. You come in.
Joel. Place me on the line.
Huh?
Place me on the line. You want to place people's names?
Yeah. You come in. Joel, and then let's hear the dulcet tones of Ogbeni after that. Madam Zita after that, and then Kulata to bring it together. So yeah, Joel.
Okay, that's what I
is this not my band?
No, you will take your time back. Yeah,
just a little interjection.
Yeah.
One man, all these things is because Obi went to Kaduna. Come on.
Yeah, no, we're going to that. We're going to that. The way Obi milks tragedy for political capital. Yeah, but
no, one man. Yes, the issue is this: if Obi did not go any other place, maybe you've not been following him. If he did not go any other place, touching lives of people, and he went to this one, yeah, you can say that. But that man is not pretending.
Let's go back to the
where?
One voice.
Can I please? I'm not here for. Which your village? Which your village a key person?
Joel, carry on.
Well. I couldn't have responded. I can't respond to someone that doesn't know.
No. When I say Joel, carry on, let Joel. Otherwise, it will just be chaotic. Let's one voice. Thank you, Uptown. One voice. Yeah.
Please. The issue there is this. He went to Kaduna to visit those victims. That is it. It is not a political capital thing. Call it anything you want to call it. Before Obi went there, he had visited nursing schools, donated hundreds of millions. He had visited this place that he went to in River State, where you have people with leprosy and all that. He has visited many places, schools, institutions, everywhere. And this one, he felt that he was going to go and commiserate with the people. The last time we spoke on this show, what did I tell you? What did I say Tinubu should do? I said Tinubu, as a matter of fact, should come down to Nigeria and visit those people, and anybody that is found culpable should be arrested. Politics is over. Tinubu is in power. I don't know why they hate. Cut it down. Let us face the facts. If someone did something right, someone did something right. I cannot say that because one man put up an online platform that he's trying to be like a Rudolph. One man brought that his show, he has his own plan. Let us learn to appreciate what people do and remove the hate. Because all I see in our voice is just hate.
Well, why hate
it is
now?
The whataboutism. It's just whataboutism. Peter B did not do this. It is not found in fact, one man. It's a pity. We cannot be doing that on this show. Right?
Hold on, Joel. Are you saying we cannot interrogate the record and performance of somebody that aspires to public office?
One man, you can. But I have never seen you guys. One man, you can. Right? And you have investigated this man. If what you know, you don't know more than those politicians that are his opponents, direct opponents, not you guys. We are all chaff to the discussion. To the main people up there, you do not know more than them. If they have anything on Obi, they would have gotten him. Not me and you.
Yeah, but what about the senior obedience that was describing Peter Obi as a crook just barely 4 years ago, but now painting him as a saint?
You know what, man? You see the thing, right? You know, at every point in time, right, we have this perception about people that we don't really know. Just like saying that what happened to the Biafran bodies at
No, can we just move on?
Osu River.
I can't stand this laundry
Right.
of this man. This man is a fraud. Can we
One
just
man,
move
one
on?
man, one man.
The way they are
I don't care,
laundering the image
bro,
of this man, it's like they are
you
painting
can
a
as well
man
leave the show or just shut up.
as if
You can just leave the show or shut up because you're not speaking any
Is it not
sense.
Peter Obi
You're not making
again?
any sense.
Peter
It
Obi
is
is
my
the
own time to
criminal.
talk. Can't you
Is it not
allow
Peter
me?
Obi the
If it's
criminal? Is this Peter Charles?
okay,
This is
let
Peter
it be
Obi
the
the
criminal.
now.
Let it be the
Let's move
criminal.
on, Abeg. Let's move on. They should stop laundering this man's image.
All right, Emeka, a couple more minutes. Bring it home, and then we hear from
one man. I don't.
And then Zita. Yeah.
Okay, one man. I don't normally respond to people that have not been to their villages. People that live on foreign lands that have never been to their villages. I don't like responding to them because everything is biting them. Mental slavery, self-hate, it's a disease Emeka has. So that's the reason why when I see him talk, he does not talk with substance. He just come in and just blah, 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 blah. He does not know his village. Let's talk about people that know about Southeast. Thank you.
This is funny. Emeka went to his village. Joel went to Lagos.
Last year, he was in the village.
Jesus Christ.
You can imagine, right? You can imagine. I was in my village describing what my governor is already doing. And somebody is here talking nonsense and laundering a fraudster, a criminal. Obi, a criminal. You want to launder him. Is his name now Charles? Is it Peter Charles? A whole criminal, Peter Obi. You are now laundering his image. These people,
all right, let's hear from Ogbeni. I'm not sure if Ogbeni wants to come into this particular conversation, but we've missed his voice. Ogbeni.
One man.
Okay, Kilo Shele. How is your book going?
It is not shaking this time because the Ekene was just about talking and then all.
No. Ekene still has the floor, so this is an interjection space. So yeah, Ogbeni.
That's uptown, right?
Yeah, that's uptown.
They fear the voice.
Yeah, that's me, my brother.
Yeah, we always talk one time, uptown.
You know, whenever I'm here, there must be fire. Eh? You cannot. No.
I'm making a lot of progress in the book I'm writing about the Obi space and what transpired in 2023. Before
sorry, Bonnie. How come we have not spoken? What I thought? Do you have my
yes,
contact?
I know when I get to the space where I need pro Obi guys to tell me the narrative, I will involve you. I actually, what I'm doing presently is I don't want to be biased or to have something that will bias the what I'm writing, the storyline I'm writing now. So once I'm done with that, I'll surely consult you now because I know you.
No. How deep into it are you? Because you have to publish it fairly soon. Whilst Obi is still very much in pump.
I will. I promise. I tell you, you will all involve in it, and I'll first show it on this platform. Probably give one or two people to read the manuscript before I publish it. But that said, I wonder why this issue of Obi this, Obi that is coming up. I don't know. It's not a space I love, talking about as such recently. Obi is just like any other politician, as we always say. There's one link I sent to you, one man. For me, I don't know where Uptown is coming from, where Kene and others are coming from to the way they love painting Obi. As at 2014, Obi was busy distributing SUV all over to senators because he wanted to become an aviation minister. You see, one thing about Obi is this, particularly for the emergency political analyst, people who never really paid attention to politics in Nigeria until recently, possibly because they have Obi, or possibly because their awareness of Jonathan actually raised people awareness to political space in Nigeria. I will always give that to that guy. So possibly because of that, they wake up to the reality of what our politics is. But for them to just do a quick research, go back to history and read history of where we are coming from, probably due to sheer laziness or due to what I call arrogance, ignorant. You are ignorant, but you are arrogant in your ignorance. So you believe you know, even when you don't know. You pick a character of a man who is just who as at less than 1 year ago was just like any other average politician. When Obi was with Atiku, his own people rejected him. They never wanted Obi. They wanted someone else. It's on record. We all knew it.
The elite,
Sarah
the
reporter that I
specific,
sent
the
to you
elite in Southeast.
in this. Oh, you think elite? Okay. Sarah report I sent to you buttress my point on how corrupt Obi was as of 2014. Obi was distributing SUV. Obi distributed SUV to Bonaventure David Mark. You know one thing about Obi is many people even supporting Obi don't even know this guy. Because Obi was just an average politician that was not in the limelight as such. So you don't really know much about this guy. But one thing I noticed recently, because somebody said, oh, Obi has been going around, he went to some nursery school, he went to so he's just doing his own. He's not doing it for any optics, he's not even in politics. I don't know how much the person that just talked, knows about the Shiloh program. Last year, Obi was in Shiloh. And they introduced him in Shiloh, and the whole noise of woo, wah, woo, wah. And we were all here, and I said it was just politics. You won't see Obi any longer until 2026. We've ended Shiloh this year. Obi was not there at all. So I keep asking myself questions. So Obi started going to Shiloh last year. What happened this year? Has Obi's problem been resolved that he can't go to Shiloh again? Or Obi is back as a Catholic, so he can't go to Pentecostal church again? Or I'm just asking myself questions. The same thing with Holy Ghost Conference. It was there, but what happened to this year? None of the obedience who are my friend can answer this till I speak. Glory Dome that belonged to Dunamis in Abuja, as of last year, he was frequenting that place. Have you seen Obi returning to that place since after election? No. So everything is just about politics. But my issue is when you now pick this man and you just give him this sainthood thing, you godify him, you see, there are things I think we should by now, particularly on this platform, be matured enough now to analyze issue without going to the issue of godifying one man. They are all politicians, and we should understand it's just politics they are playing. If Obi is in Kaduna, good. Don't dismiss anybody who is saying it's politics. It's actually politics. I noticed something which I've said on this platform before. All through Obi's campaign, whenever Obi wanted to mention poverty, he will always refer to the northern part of Nigeria. One of my northern friends was the one who pointed my attention to that. And the question he asked me was that, are you saying there is no poverty in Anambra State? Are you saying there is no poverty in his own area, in Enugu, in Abia? You're saying people are not living in poverty there? So why will he, anytime he wants to refer to Nigeria and talk about poverty, why will he always refer to the northern part? And the man felt it's an insult to the northern guys. And the man felt it stigmatizes them, things like that. So it's all politics, as far as I'm concerned. That's just the point I just like to make in this. And I don't think it's something we should even waste our time.
Can I one man, Ogbeni, can just permit me for 30 seconds? I said earlier, maybe you were not here. I said Yorubas, our own man that we actually wanted was Olufalaye. That was Yoruba candidate, right? But we compromised for Obasanjo, right? That was Yoruba compromise. Peter Obi is who they want in the Southeast. And I said, forget Soludo. Who is that candidate that you can compromise? That is not ideally your candidate, but has a mass appeal to other Nigerians that you're willing to back, and they are yet to come up with a name. And to me, it's troubling because Peter Obi you can't put your head in one basket of Peter Obi. I think that's the mistake they're making in that part of the country. Find somebody that might not be your ideal candidate, which is Peter Obi, that has a mass appeal. Forget Soludo for a second. You give me a name, and we can work with that. That is
Can I give you a name?
Please do.
Okay, fine. So that was a portal rather. There is no name. I just wanted to ask you a question. We are talking to Southeasterners, right? Which give obedient. I think they give Obi about 1.9 million votes. So what are you going to ask all those obedience across other regions? What their compromise will be? I would like to ask them that question, and what do you expect them to answer you? What their compromise will be? If not, will be who?
So you're asking me that, okay, you feel like if you go away from him, you will lose some of those support because
because you cannot have a different Southeast 5-state compromise.
Let me respond to what
and then other obedience. What's going to be their compromise? What are they going to compromise for?
Let me respond to the question. Now, study what the Yoruba, okay, because it's not a tribal thing, but just stay with me. I'm not trying to make it tribal. But you study what the Yorubas did when they had to choose between Falaye and Obasanjo. So that will answer your question. You're going to lose some of your people because they'll feel like, oh, we're not going for our ideal candidate, but you will gain more votes from other parts of the country. So you're going to lose some of your people because they have this emotional investment in P2B. But whoever you pick that has a mass appeal, we have inroads into the Northeast and the Northwest, where P2B is going to have problems in the next 4 years. So
let me add an addendum to what you're just saying, Babati. Yes. I'm not actually sure that the emotional investment is in Peter Obi, but rather a president of Southeastern extraction. Right. And I think if a Southeasterner that is a clean cut relatively, if he's presented, that move will still stay with him, whoever he is.
But what must stay with me? They can't come up with a name right now. They're struggling.
But we have names now, but they just won't accept it. We have Alex Oti, we have Soludo.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want to. No. That is you. I'm not them.
We've had
one man. I'm eager to conclude with my point I raised in your.
Hold on, let's Upton land that quickly. Then we hear from Zita, and then Kulata, who opened up that space, and then you take the floor back, Ekene.
Okay, so one man, we've had clean cut individuals from the Southeast in the past. We've had it from the two extreme ends. We've had the very Igbo guy, the Ojukwu, the pro Igbo guy. We've had it. We know the reaction of Igbos. We've had the suit and tie CBN guy, Professor Mohalo, fresh, nice English. We've had from that angle. We've had the astute politician, the old Jesus of Carlo, the guy that will get the northern vote. We've all had them throwing they've all tried. You get what I'm saying? This is the guy that finally got the heart of the Southeast. So if you're saying no, they have not really, no, we've had it. Obviously, question. They have all run. They have all run in the past. So it's not like nobody have ever run from Southeast or no, they have run. We have had it from different flavor. The politician, the CBN guy, the pro Igbo guy, they have all run, and we know how Igbos responded. So let's not come and twist things. And please, before I end, let me answer Kulata's question. When Kulata said, somebody asked Kulata if you have to place an election in a civilized space between Obi and Tinubu, who's going to win. Kulata, the answer is not, we don't need to get the answer from you. The answer is embedded in the last election. And why I say the answer is embedded in the last election, go and monitor all the election results, which I followed very, very clearly. Then pinpoint everywhere that all the educated Nigerians are, all the exposed and traveled Nigerians are, all the cosmopolitan area, majority of them, whether you are talking about Lagos, we're talking about Abuja, whether you are talking about Port Harcourt City in Rivers State, which will be one, even apart from Iris, that he actually won from the one Yakubu announced, whether you are talking about Georgetown, talk about all the cosmopolitan spaces in even the 100,000 votes that Obi got in Oyo. Go and check the parts of Oyo Obi got it from. It's from the cosmopolitan areas, from the civilized area where you have the university guys that are learned, the tech guys, the bankers, the business guys, the professors, the educated people.
All right, let's not re-legislate the. All right, let's say from Zita. Zita, come in. Good to see you, Zita.
Hey, one man, how are you?
We did, Gankwe.
Actually, I came to clarify something. I had my name, so I came in. One man, I want to ask you a question. I heard somebody saying that you cannot handle insecurity in totality. I agree. But when they say someone handled insecurity properly, and the criminality that came from insecurity was so good, and so flamboyant and lucrative that people build houses and cars to the extent that the successor has to demolish those houses. And I ask, did the person handle the security? That's the question I come to ask. You said someone handled insecurity properly, but during his time, it was so lucrative and flamboyant that people built houses and owned expensive cars through criminality to the extent that the successor came in and demolished those buildings and destroyed those cars. And I ask, did you actually handle the security? Because if you handle the security, it won't be flamboyant, neither will it be lucrative. That's why I came in one man. And I sent a lot of URL to you in the private chat to clarify my point. As I said before, and I will say it again, 6 months into Obiano's tenure as the governor of Anambra State, he declared state of emergency on insecurity. Although some people were angry, they said he was politicizing it. But then, it was what it was. And he went into work. He demolished a lot of houses and cars. Some of them, he personally supervised it. I still repeat my question. If his predecessor handled it well, would there be a house owned by a criminal? Would there be an expensive car owned by a criminal? That's what I came to clarify. But never mind, I'm sure they're going to abuse me. But if abusing me will make them honor their pain, I don't
Madam,
care.
I have answer
Thank
for
you.
you. I won't abuse you. I guarantee you.
All right. Uptown. Let's because I don't think we can contain Ekene any longer. But let Kulata bring that particular space home, and then Ekene will take the floor. Kulata, you open this up.
To round it up, let me put it this way: Obi is the best package
Kulata,
fraud.
answer my question, please, before you round it.
I don't even remember your question. I'm an old man now. Obi is the best package fraud. He's an ordinary governor that was as corrupt as everything. I did not even know about this car stuff that I was distributing when it was distributing Ford cars. When everything about the guy is almost a lie. And the reason why they did not call him out,
Kulata, even he told the former Fidelity Bank MD to go and take money from the box and give it to the former minister, Jonathan's girlfriend.
To calm down.
Give it to Jonathan's girlfriend. That guy, Obi, that is trying to sell to us.
Emeka, calm down first. Let me say something.
Now you give Jonathan girlfriend.
I came in because my name was mentioned on what is obvious. What NTA News carried, and even Buhari has to congratulate Obiano for demolishing those houses. But let me say this. It's like whenever I am saying something, and I want to say something about Anambra that my auntie lives, I'm married to an Anambra man, they come after me because I've made it clear that I will never support Obi. But if they push me too hard, I repeat, if this headless mob keep pushing me, I'm going to review a lot of things.
Headless mob, yeah.
That they are
you must not be here for a long time. Did I give you that label? No, let's let her speak. No, just let her speak.
Let me finish.
Let her finish now.
I repeat myself, I did not assign the headless mob to anybody. But if you want to answer headless mob, I don't care. But let me repeat this. If the headless mob keep pushing me, if they think those things are deleted, there are people who can still go to the cloud and get it back. Don't push me. You people will not like me. You don't already like me. But
I'm ready for that. I take the headless mob. I'm the head of the headless mob.
I'm head of the headless mob too.
How can you be the head of a headless mob? You don't have a head now.
Joe, you wear your head big like anything.
See, I'm a headless mob. I dare Madam Zita. You can't do it. You can't say what. And if you say something that is not right, they'll shoot for defamation. You have no proof. You're an empty barrel. Fucking empty barrel.
Joe, I want her to review those things that she wants to review. Let her bring it on. And the head of the headless mob. Let her bring it.
And we have pushed articles.
I said that
it can't be you. I beg go rest.
Can I say I should bring it on? We will start.
Yes, bring it on.
Madam, bring it
on.
on.
Yes, bring it on.
We
bring
shall
it on.
start Inshallah 2026.
Yes, let us start it on one platform. On one went to more platform. Let's start it. Bring it on, Madam Zita. I'm here. I'm not a panic.
I said I will start with you guys 2026. Inshallah.
All right.
So wait, one man. It's unfair that Madam Zita had all these receipts and he's not even helping you guys out.
Hold on now. The receipts are all over the internet. A good example is what is on your screen now. Peter Obi distributes cards to senators to ease path for appointment as aviation minister.
From Sahara.
From Sahara.
One man, you are keeping me aside to make my point now. I want to make my point.
Hold on. This was in April the 28th, 2014. So these are all in the archives now. Peter Obi's record all and his atrocities, they are all in the archives. You know,
but one man, the one Madam Zita was talking about, I think, because the way she's daring not, I think she's more damning.
All right, she will reveal. She will reveal in due course. But back to Kulata, just to.
Okay, so look, the bottom line is Obi is a well-packaged fraud. There was no criminality he wasn't involved in. First of all, that is early money. He got it from Abacha as chairman of Tinkan Island. Even when he became governor, all that court shenanigans was assist from what's the name of that madam, the retired judge. Then he got to Anambra. His criminality in Anambra, keeping money, no local government elections, IGL suddenly dropping when he was there, in distributing cars, lying about buying innocent when he bought Peugeot, buying Ford cars just before he left. The money that was routed through Fidelity Bank, Dizani, the personal money that was used, Anambra's money, commingled with his own money.
That's the Dizani headline right there.
Yeah, commingled with his own money in the beauty. Then the 200. Then the 250 million naira he was caught with. There was another one. That one wasn't clear enough. Maybe he was innocent in that one. But there was a time they were looking for millions of dollars that it just happened to be in the same apartment building that he lived in Lagos. But that one is spurious, so I'm not going to take that. So it goes on and on and on. I also remember that this is the guy that was running with Atiku. This is just an ordinary PDP guy. So when opposition wants to use you, they needed to use him to stifle PDP's vote. Otherwise, Atiku will be president. There's no need to badmouth him when they needed him. Excuse me. It was a useful tool, and it was used as a tool. But I think in Lagos, he kind of like passed his boundaries, and they corrected his fuck up in 2 weeks. So that's how I'm going to wrap it up. It's just an ordinary politician. There's not much to him. His performance was mediocre. There was
back to you, Kenneth, but let me just say this: for the expediency of the politics that was in play, there was no need for them. In fact, it would have been self-harm for them to have set out to destroy Peter Obi. They could have destroyed him, but
including PDP.
What do you mean?
Including PDP. PDP didn't need to destroy Obi.
No, PDP was they had their own issues. They have their own issues, and the new space was not really listening to PDP. But if they wanted to destroy Peter Obi, they could have. But if they destroy Peter Obi, then they won't be president. But back to you.
He will. Atiku,
okay. Uptown, I want to come in. Okay, before I come in, I send something to you. Bring it up to me. I want to start from there, please. That's my point.
All right, but don't make it long, though. Let's just
They took my place now. I have to clarify myself very well.
All right.
Everybody are speaking, so bring up my space.
All right. Don't run. Are you going to run us through records, or you've shown us this before now? But carry on. Yeah.
This is not the one I showed you before. I just pick another one. I have a lot of them now. Just run them for me.
All right. So Peter Obi's achievements in Anambra State as governor.
Go to security. Just go up. I'm not all these songs are. Just go up. Yeah. That
Right.
Yeah. So,
It says under Obri, Anambra State for the first time started close collaboration with all government security agencies, the police, army, navy, Department of State, etc., offering them various types of support, including the supply of more than 500 security vehicles. The improvement in security was phenomenal, such that the former IG of police, Abubakar Mohammed, lauded Anambra State for not witnessing any bank robbery in the last 3 years of Obi's administration.
Tanko is doing his job.
Okay, stop. Let's stop there. Let me say what I want to say.
All right.
Don't come and stop my this thing. One man, continue.
Okay. All right. Number 2, during his tenure, Anambra State provided at least one security vehicle to each of all of the 177 communities in the state, as well as various organizations such as markets and churches. And then number 3, Obi revamped the local vigilante system, so community vigilante groups were working directly with the police and were closely monitored.
Okay. Before, what I want to say is this. If I say that Soludo is not doing anything, I mean it in terms of security, just because of what happened in my community. Because this is what I witnessed. Not like somebody like Emeka that don't even know the name of his past governor. I was the one that remembered the name of his past governor. Okay, Zipazo for him. He don't even know the name of his past governor. So I don't know how he's talking about anything about Southeast. So people like him should not be talking about Southeast. He didn't know the name of his past governor. So but when I'm saying that this is what
why are you disturbing me? Am I the one that?
Let him just run through.
So when I said that I witnessed this, I witnessed it because even this vehicle that he distributed and the equip and the vigilante is still in use.
Yeah.
And my dad this Oba that this thing happened today, we have one of it, innocent vehicle. He bought them. If you say our vigilante those days, they look more equipped than even the policemen you see on the street. What are you telling me? My state was secured. And when I said he handed over a well-secured state to Obiano, I know what I'm saying. Those vehicles, up to today, Obiano didn't purchase anyone to replace it. So Soludo have never purchased anyone to replace those things. They were still using it. Even when they damage, they go and change the tire. When they know that after this man has left office for many years, that those things need to be replaced, but they leave it.
So they're using 9-year-old cars to change insecurity. No wonder.
These guys, this Soludo and all of them, they didn't find it. They didn't find it necessary that this legacy that this man has put in place as a governor, because all these things we never witness it after the saga of Oba brothers and Ngige, when they kidnapped Ngige and all those things. This man came and changed everything. Anambra experienced peace. Up until that time, Obiano came. He didn't know that he need to replace all these things.
Still talking. That policeman that they caught that is running.
Oga, let me finish now. Oga, let me finish. You don't know the name of your past governor. So I don't know what to speak with you. You don't know. I don't know what to speak with you. You don't know the name of your past. You say you're
human trafficking racket.
You don't know the name of your state. You don't know the name of your past governor. I remember it for you. So and when I'm speaking, you give me space to talk.
Where police?
You don't know anywhere in Anambra State now. You just prove it to me this night. You don't know anywhere in Anambra State. You don't know the name of your past governor. So how can you know anywhere in Anambra State?
Police is running.
How can you know anywhere in Anambra? You're just abusing.
It's P2P period. They run rackets.
You don't know anywhere in your state.
Going on in Anambra State, and you're coming.
You just want to disturb my talk, but you cannot disturb my talk.
Security
you and Madam AI, who have lived abroad for many years. You say you want to bring something from to speak against Obi. Bring it. I'm ready for you. Bring it. I'm ready for you.
The cops they were dumping in Anambra.
Bring it. I'm ready for you. Bring the things. Allow me to speak.
I'll bring the link.
Go and bring it.
Police officers running human trafficking rackets. And you say there's security in Anambra State.
All right.
How could they lie like this now?
All right. Can I carry on? Can I carry on?
5 seconds. Can I hold on, please? One month did Obi leave Anambra he left in 2014. 1 month did he leave Anambra?
Kulata, I will not answer you. You don't need to ask me some unnecessary questions. I have my talk to say. Don't divert my attention. So I have things to talk. So don't divert my attention.
Okay, March 2014. One man, check your Instagram, please. Thank you.
So I have a lot of things to say. You can continue to bring up everything that you want to bring here, but I'm telling you what I experienced from my governor, as my former governor, and nobody can experience it more than me. All you people here have stake. Let me finish. All these you people here.
Ask you a question.
No. We have to have one voice now. Let's have one voice.
Everybody here have their own state. So if you don't have anything to say about your past governors and your state, I have things to say about my own past governor. At least when you begin to talk about your own governors, the achievement of your past governors, we will know and compare them with Obi when they were also governors. Then we begin to compare them. So when you don't have anything to say about your own state governors, don't come and compare me that have something to say about my own governor.
And that is like Governor now. We are all Nigerians now. Which one?
So there is nothing like all Nigerians, Obeni. There is nothing like all Nigerians. You should be able to say something about your own past governor. I have the record.
Okay. Look at this headline. Group bemoans high rate of insecurity in Anambra. This was on March the 19th, 2014.
Well, for me, you cannot talk more than the IG of police that commended him.
We know
that is the IG. I don't talk about propagandas that are in politics.
And kidnapping rackets in Anambra State and collecting organ trafficking in Anambra State.
Emeka, you are crying. Emeka, you are just crying. I have my record.
You want to say Peter Obi the fraud?
I cannot tell him to you. I'm not talking. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying so that you vote him.
Obasanjo's team that reported Peter Obi. You people don't even know Peter Obi.
All right. Everybody. When I say everybody, that means everybody. We have to. I know it's a passionate well, we have to have one voice, or otherwise, what the audience is hearing is just vacuous noise. But bring it home, Ekene. And then we move the conversation on, Ekene.
And with all this provision and everything, you can still go. I can still give you that information there. That Obi didn't borrow 1 naira to during his time as a governor. He never borrowed a penny to run his government, and he was able to achieve all those things. Let me finish, your guy. You can go and run your own.
Emeka now, Emeka. I don't know what is happening to this guy. Yeah, sorry, Emeka.
You don't know the name of your former governor. You come here to argue with me. You don't know the name of Okeziba.
Yeah, but if you call him out, if you call him out, then he will have
to
respond.
Who does not know person that I spoke about?
What I'm saying is that
he didn't do anything in Abia State. Why would I forget about a useless governor?
All right. So sorry that I muted you, Emeka, but let Ekene. Don't call him out. If you call him out, then he will have the right to reply. But carry on with your.
Okay,
the facts don't mirror your narrative. Is the same.
There's nothing like the fact don't mirror my narrative. You bring out my own fact. You went and bring at least my own record is there. You go and bring your own. So I don't know what you are saying. You say in 2014 these are people bemoan a high rate of insecurity and all that. I gave you my own fact. So I don't know why you bring your own fact. So fact to fact. So let's argue it. Fact to fact. Did I go and manufacture my own? Didn't you read my own out? So let's factor it. Let's know who is. I'm talking as an engine of my state. And when I say that those Kulata, I don't want interjection. Kulata, I don't want interjection. When I say as an indigenous of Anambra State, that those vehicles was made available to us, even my village in Oba, and those vehicles are still there today. That past governors Obiano, Soludo couldn't replace it. Those vigilantes that he used as a security outfit in those days, they couldn't even rebrand it and make it even more better. That is the purpose of government. When you come and see where your politics stop, you continue from there.
Okay, you have not even talked about any transport that they
No, don't talk about it.
No, I don't want to bring everything. Uptown, I don't want to bring everything one day, because the other day I brought up my own fact here about education and all those things, how he improved the HDI of Anambra State. So, and if anybody want to talk about it again, I'll still bring it back. I have my record. There is no two ways about it. So, just to put it in together with what is happening in Lagos State in terms of Sanwo-Olu being commended. I said it here. Yes, that even in Alaba, where we are, one man, when you asked me about the security there, I said yes. We never experienced that since I came here in Alaba market. Just for once, only once, up till that time till now, it's a very peaceful area. The security is okay. And today you brought out the news that he was commended of not having any form of bank robbery for years, which is commendable. I'm not coming here to throw banters in order to bring anybody down. Anybody that needs commendation, I give him commendation. I say even before you, one man, even before you bring out that headline today, I said it here that in terms of security, I live in Lagos. I live in Ojo.
Check your Instagram.
So I am not like educated people that don't know how to promote other people's character, but know only how to bring out other people's character. Because what I see in most of educated people here is the only thing they know and the only thing they're educated of is how to demote and they bring down other people's character. Any educated man or woman that doesn't know how to promote people's character is not educated. That person is not educated. To me, he's a coward. So if you're educated, you should learn how to promote people's character, not to bring people's character down. I don't come here to run people's down. I don't come here to run even Jagaban or whoever he is or Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu is, if as a citizen of Nigeria, I'm enjoying his good governance in Lagos State. So coming here to run him down is just being a hypocrite. So anybody that says that he's educated and he comes here, I have never seen Kulata, I have never seen Ogbeni, I have never seen Madam AI, I have never seen Emeka any day bring out any record that says Obi achieved one single thing as a governor. The only thing they bring out is that this and that and all that. When let me finish, Oga. Let me finish. He achieved nothing, but I'm bringing his own record. So, our state governor. Yes, you can go and check his time as a governor. The people he governed, the set of governors. At least you have governors then. Kulata have governor then. Somebody like who are they? Ogbeni. All of you have governors then. You just bring their colleagues that time. Compare them. Know who have achieved more. At least Sanwo-Olu is a present-day governor. I cannot compare him with Sanwo-Olu. Is just he's one of the Gen Z governor. So he's doing his own bit. I'm enjoying his security in Lagos State, and I cannot argue that. Even before you,
all right. Wrap it up, Ekene, and then let Kulata talk us through this spreadsheet, and then we move on. I think we've okay. I want to conclude. So. So I'm saying this: people should learn character. When you are educated and you don't have character, you are not educated. The only thing I've experienced here in this platform is people that knows how to speak good English, but don't know how to build a good country. That's the only thing I have learned in this platform. From many people here, people that know how to speak good English, but don't know how to build a united nation. People that knows how to use English to divide a nation and don't know how to use English to build a nation. People that knows how to use English to put bigotry in the minds of the people, but don't know how to use English to put words of sympathy, build bridges in the minds of people. And if that is what we go to school to learn, I condemn your education. Thank you, one man. All right.
So you see, you heard what Ekene said, that Obi left no debt, Abi. He said he left no debt. So let's look at external debt. Just external debt. We don't need to look at domestic debt. That's the third column, external debt. Obi entered Anambra when? He entered in 2006.
No.
I can't go party now. Hold on. I want to quickly move on. Ajani Kuku now, so other people can speak.
Let me.
Somebody that Obasanjo package. That's who they are coming to come and be talking about.
All right.
Obasanjo package the fraud. They don't know when Obasanjo came around.
Emeka, help us out now. Guys, help
Olata,
us
please,
out.
fire on. I'm listening.
Yeah.
So you see me, I'm just a humble correspondent. I deal with what people say.
English speaking, Abi. You want to do English speaking again? Yeah?
No, I don't do English. Ekene said, me, look, my own governor is a dancing governor. I did not come here to boast that my governor is doing this or doing that. And my governor is not running for president. He's a dancing governor. But Ekene said Obi left no debt. So me, I'm very specific. If he left no debt, then there should be no debt.
Say he left no debt. I said
you said that.
I said he didn't borrow money. That is my word.
Okay, fine. Yes, fine. He didn't borrow money. Okay, fine. He didn't borrow money. That's fine.
Sorry.
Yes.
It is a lie that Obi did not borrow money. I just
said evidence one now. Let's just do.
You can pick those last two. You know they have failed to address that SUVs he distributed now. I was expecting Uptown, but I won't talk about it. If you
I can talk about it if you follow me.
So let me talk through this. I want to ask one question so we're objective. Anybody that knows, which year did Obi become governor?
It was 2006, wasn't it?
2006. Okay, one man. External debt, third column. What was the number in 2006 in dollars?
Is it in dollars? I think it's in
dollars. No, the third column is in dollars. I want to deal with dollars.
All right, it's $16.8 million approximately.
Okay, fine. So that's what he started with. He left in 2014, right?
Yes.
Well, how much was there?
How you doing?
In 2014.
Yeah, $45.1 million approximately.
So approximately $30 million was borrowed. That's just external. We're not looking at internal. This is just external debt. So that's $30 million was borrowed. Now, someone says we speak English, we speak grammar to divide the country. He said the man did not borrow. Am I speaking English? It started from 16. It ended in 45. Am I speaking English? Am I trying to divide? Am I lying?
Can I respond to your spreadsheet?
No, it's not my spreadsheet. It's the debt stock.
Don't respond to that spreadsheet, hold on. Don't respond to the spreadsheet because we could loop around this. I'm trying to bring this home.
What you said is false.
Woman, please.
I'm not speaking false. I'm not speaking false. You can bring up. I have my record here. I can still send you my own. So you don't bring your own record. I bring my own record also.
You went to government sites to go and bring the debt stock. Ekene has his own. Ekene keeps his own record in his house. You went to DMO, the Debt Management Office, to bring the record of Anambra State, but Ekene has his general ledger in his own house.
All right, this is additional proof. Talk us through this space, Ogbeni. Anambra seeks $125 million World Bank loan to tackle erosion. This was in 2013 under Obi.
Woma, the thing speak for itself now. We don't need to be speaking English again so that Ekene will not accuse us. Apart from this 125, there was another one I wanted to seek, and they even refused him. This one.
Yes, Obi to take $75 million loan. Yeah.
So you see, when Obi talk, and that's why I agree when they say it's a packaged fraud. When Obi talks sometimes, probably he used to forget things, and then he will just talk and tell you something. Or probably he probably understood you are not allowed having a good understanding of what social media is actually.
Kulata, before you speak, before you bring any information, don't bring information like Obi sick, Obi do this. I want to say information like this was approved. 125 million was approved.
I showed you now.
Yeah, but we just saw a spreadsheet now. Did we not just see a
spreadsheet
now?
I want to see approved. I don't want to see stick because when you talk about stick, it's just like an opposition, just like what they're doing to Alessoti today. when you say something, PDP will bring another information to counter it, and it goes on headline. So I want to see approval. I don't want to see stick.
No, hold on, Ekene. We just saw that on the spreadsheet that Kulata presented. The monies borrowed from 16 million to well in excess of 45 million external debts.
Let's move on. This topic.
All right. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on to Ajanle Koko just to escape that space. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Yes, one man.
Yes. I thought. Did you think that we were going to go to VTLB again for another 4 years? And there it is. It's unbelievable.
Those of you guys that are pro and anti Obi, I think we have to move away from that now because election has come and gone, and what we should focus on is what is Obi doing today and how is he managing his party. That is what really matters. How is he showing leadership in his party to hold the current administration accountable for the way they are governing Nigeria. The past, I don't think we should be debating the past now. We have done that for how many years? Several months before the election, and it ended where it ended, and I think Obi is preparing for the future. That is what I see in what Obi is doing. He just, hello? So Obi is preparing for the future, and is following the footsteps of those that are master politicians in Nigeria by what he did today to take money, to donate money to those people that Nigerian military bombed.
Yeah, but why just Coca-Cola money now? What sort of is he mocking them, or is he trying to say that is what's the meaning of I've given them 1 million naira to buy Coca-Cola? I mean, what's all that?
I think is it 5 million? How much did he donate? I think
in total, yes.
He gave the Coca-Cola was just for the staff that was attending to this thing, just for his coming. Hey, just drink Coke. But then he gave them, I think, 5 million.
I mean, he tried now. He didn't take anything there. That is not good for him. I mean, for him being generous to go there and donate money to those victims and show empathy, I think it should be commended. And I mean, the little, what do they say? God blesses cheerful giver. So he has done good. We have to commend him for what he did. But that action, I believe, he carried political undertone. Tinubu was doing the same before the election, wherever there was disaster or maybe killing sort of in the north. You see, we take millions of naira and go and donate to them. So if Obi is doing the same thing, I think he has learned from Tinubu, and he's trying to package his political future, before the Northerners, so that they can start, his name can start ringing bell, in preparation for his political future. So what he did, I think, is commendable. That is what I think we should focus on. What is Obi doing now? That is what we should focus on. What he has done in the past, whether good or bad, I think both sides of you guys, pro and anti, I think is not necessary. He has done his best when he was governor. He did the best he could do to the satisfaction of the people, and the people of that state that he governed, I think they acknowledge that Obi did well.
Ajani Koko, sorry, 5 seconds, but that's not true. If you go back and read real-time feedback in 2014, 2013, 2012, you will not recognize the same Peter Obi with the nasty stuff and how people were writing about him. It was.
Yes, I saw a lot of it on Naira Land at that point in time. Yeah.
The real-time feedback he was getting was terrible because it's packaged, it's box
They
packaged.
hated
The way
him. They
people,
hated him.
the way people package spaghetti or packet sardines, that's how they package this guy.
Like the one they're writing about Soludo now.
Well, let me tell you this. We can come up with statistics or all those things and this and all those economic jargons. Sometimes doesn't work. It doesn't work in reality with what practically happened. So, but to average Anabrian, is it Anabrian? They call themselves Anabrian. I think in the recent time in Nigerian politics, Obi is still the best governor to them, the best performing governor. Even during Soludo's election, during his campaign, he was using Obi's name to campaign that I'm going to govern well as Obi did. That was the campaign rhetoric of Soludo back then. So what are we talking about? And we go and watch the debate of Soludo. He was assuring people, I will govern this state the way Obi governed the state. So, and why was he campaigning like that? Because Obi's name is a household name to everybody in Anambra State concerning good governance. So let us look. Sometimes we have to acknowledge, good thing that Obi did. We can't say that he did everything right, but I think to the common man, common people in Anambra State, it did the best to them that they never seen in many years, as far as that state is concerned. And all that it did, that are still physical, that people are seeing to today, I think it make meaningful impact in the life of the people in that state. It still rings bell to them today in that state, what we did and what he left behind. So let us, say it's not a saint, and it's not a perfect man like every other human being, but how was he able to manage the resources of the state? I think he managed it prudently. You can say maybe he was not too resourceful in revenue generation, in some other thing, but in terms of prudent management of the resources for the common good of the people of the state, I think Obi did good. So let us leave it like that. One man, take me to somewhere.
Let me take you to Akeredolu, who
Babaja, before you move, I want to tell you a very big thank you. And God bless you, and you continue to live long.
There's no need for that.
Oh, go and sleep.
There's no need for that.
You don't take other people's blessings. Babaja, God will add more life to you. More blessings to you. And God bless you.
Time to play the middle of the road. Time to be on this side.
Akeredolu is lucky that he moved because I already have Arsenal to fire him and send links to Instagram. I already have links.
Can I don't mind these people?
I already have links from back in the day.
We know Ajani Koko is the voice of
people. Babaja, people, these guys don't know.
One man, let's call him out. One man, let's call him out. This is diplomatic gymnastics that is
Ajani Koko is the voice of calm. Yeah, once there's tension, we bring him in to calm the place. He has calmed the place. What are you thanking him for? No need. Everywhere is calm. Let's move on.
He didn't lie now. Babaja cannot lie. He didn't lie.
What's the name of your former governor, Emeka? What's the name of
He didn't lie. You don't know the name of his former governor.
His former governor was Michael Jackson.
I can't remember a failure. Why should I remember failure? I don't remember failures in my where I'm from. We don't remember failure. I'm not the kind of person that tomorrow they will repackage Ipazu. I will not come and be saying Ipazu was the next thing after sliced bread. Obi was
Emeka, if you want to know that Anambra State people are foolish, If you want to know that Anambra State, if you want to know that Anambra State people are foolish, go and repackage Obi and know. Let people go and repackage Obi and know if we will respond to you.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Take us to Ondo State. Adande Koko.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, Woman, it's sad that Akeredolu is going through a very serious health problem. And we can only pray for him to survive it, because what you read in that article concerning his health is that he cannot speak, he cannot even walk. It's very bad. I hope that he will survive it. We can only pray for him, but good enough. The power has been, the deputy governor is going to take over the head of affairs of the state. So the people of that state will start enjoying, what they voted for, good management of their state by the political actors that were given that mandate to manage the state affairs. So I hope that they will start seeing governance, because for the past 8 months, since this man has been going through these health challenges, I think nothing is moving in that state in terms of governance. So I hope the deputy governor can bring everybody together, and those that are even against him, he can, reconcile with everybody in the best interest of the people of that state, and start delivering governance for the people of that state. So I think a lot of people, politicians, I hope they will learn lesson in what happened to Akeredolu and the scenario that happened concerning the way he was brought back to Nigeria, so that power will not be fully transferred to the deputy governor, and the whole imbroglio to the extent that the president has to, wade it in and try to, settle out the differences among them. I think it's just because of political power concerning the next governorship position. That is what is responsible for all this political fight in that state. But now, I hope the deputy governor that is going to be acting as the governor, I hope he can bring everybody together and start governing the state in the right direction for the interest of the people. So let me leave it there.
Babaja, let me ask a question, please. I thought that I listened to the commissioner for information. She's clearly stated that, that he was having some somatic issues, right? So, but he was still signing.
He said who was having what?
The commissioner for Aketi now, Aleti, whichever, yeah. She was saying on the news, because they interviewed her on channels and on channels television, and she was saying that he is capable of signing checks and all that. The only thing is that he has some, disability issues.
But, was he going to chemo or something? Is it chemotherapy?
I am thinking.
It's going through chemo. It's doing chemo.
Oh, okay, it's going through chemo. Okay, because when she was talking, I think that probably in the process she even has stroke. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm thinking. That is my own from what she was saying.
Might be because they've been hiding me away from the people, and
From the people.
and they've been saying that some forgery have been carried out. They forge a signature to loot some resources. It's just unfortunate that I don't know why he didn't stay in.
Okay, I know the problem now.
But we just
I know the problem now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's it. All right, one man. What next?
All right. This is somewhat of a good news item. Adane Koko, Sanwo-Olu celebrates zero bank robbery in 4 years. So, Lagos is fast moving away from the rest of the Nigerian states as somewhat of a standalone civilized space. Seems to be what we're seeing. It's by far the most advanced state in that country. It's by far the safest state. It's by far the most civilized. When was the last time you even heard of bank robberies? And they start breaking into people's houses and now because people don't even carry cash in the house anymore.
I think a lot of factors are responsible for this. Number one, Lagos State being a very small space with the largest population, with traffic from here and there. That alone, I don't think will make it easier. That's a stumbling block for bank robbery in the first place, because when you carry out bank robbery, how are you going to run away, speed away? It might be very easy to block them and track them down easily. So it's very, very difficult due to the traffic congestion and the crowdedness of every nook and cranny of Lagos. So that is number one. Then number two, I think the Lagos State governor have put in place some security structure that secured Lagos. Other than the Nigerian police, as the primary security apparatuses that are responsible to secure life and property, I think Lagos State have a neighborhood watch too that are well organized. They are everywhere. Every strategic junction, you will see them with their vehicle, and they have the communication gadget that they use it to communicate. If there's incident in one place, at a particular location or at a particular place, they can be called and they can communicate with each other. And Lagos State have like 911 number. What do you call it? I don't know their number. Maybe 922 or something like that. They have an emergency number too for people to call in case of emergency. So they have put in place some structure that, I think ordinarily will make it impossible for bank robbery, to bank robbers to carry out, operation in Lagos State. So, and Lagos State invested so much, and they continue to invest. Every year, they continue to invest in Nigerian police. They bought so many vehicles, patrol vehicles for Nigerian police in Lagos State. They bought gadgets for them. They bought helicopter for them. They bought patrol boat for them. What is it that Lagos State did not provide for Nigerian police. Nigerian state failed to fund Nigerian police, but Lagos State is funding Nigerian police for the security of Lagos in such a huge way that, and I think that Nigerian police in Lagos, the branch in Lagos, take that job very serious because they are being well funded by Lagos State government. They are giving everything to secure Lagos. I think the government of Lagos should be commended for taking security very important and for, putting the infrastructure in place and all resources necessary, to ensure security of life in Lagos. So we have to commend the present governor as well as the past, those in the past, the Ambody. As a matter of fact, Ambody did very well in provision of equipment and logistic whatsoever to Nigerian police. So those are the factors that are responsible that make it very impossible for bank robbery in Lagos. The overcrowded of Lagos, the traffic everywhere in Lagos, the provision of Lagos State government security infrastructure by Lagos State, the neighborhood watch that they have everywhere. That is number one. That's the number three. Then the funding and the making available resources for Nigerian police to operate at its best. So remember one man when the issue of during that. You remember when Lagos State was, and Lagos State took some action too. This Okada system when they, what did they do to?
They banned it in most local governments, then pretty much right across the state now.
Yes. So when they banned the Okada system in Lagos, and they started with one local government and then spread it to some other local government. You see, they identify that some non-Nigerians from Chad and from other neighboring countries who are moving into Nigeria, committing, some criminality, and then, they ban it and they make sure that, all this insecurity problem, they tackle it to the ground. And the governor personally met with all the DPOs. You know what that means? Every DPO in Lagos invited them to a meeting and he promised them that every police station will be funded by Lagos. Every police station. Because that DPOs of every station, those are the police infrastructure in every nook and cranny in Lagos. So when the governor could meet all the DPO and telling them that they'll be funding them directly, you know what that means? That is to motivate them and then, give them that strong backing to work, to do the job well for the security of life and property in Lagos State. So I think we have to commend the governor and his team for the good job they are doing and for giving all the necessary support and resources to the Nigerian police and the neighborhood watch to perform at the best, and for Lagos State to have this wonderful, non-incident of bank robbery for 4 years. It's a wonderful performance. And not only that, we have to look at the whole Southwest. I think all the governors in the Southwest, I think they are all doing some wonderful job in that area. Because as far as Nigeria is concerned today, Southwest is the most secured region in that country. And what did they do? The Amotekun that the Southwest people did have done a lot in, in securing the entire Southwest. Amotekun is doing a great job. I hope the president can do something by, allowing the legislature to write law, maybe to create state police. And so maybe they can be converted to state police and they can bear arms in order to fight criminals. So the Southwest governors entirely, I think they are doing a great job. The certain number of Amotekun, they came together with all the traditional leaders. Everybody came together, and particularly this governor of Ondo State, he showed leadership back then. He was the leader of this effort to create Amotekun. This Ondo State governor, what's the name? Akeredolu. He fought for it. Buhari government doesn't want it to happen. Abubakar Malami did everything to make it not happen. He fought for Southwest. Akeredolu, as the leader of all governors in the Southwest, was at war against the federal government, their APC government, their own APC government. He stood up against them. He said they will go to court. Abubakar Malami took some action against him. He said, we are going to court. He said, you don't have the right to stop us from the securing, our spaces, because we are the security officer of our state, and we are trying to do everything to guarantee security of life and property for our state, but you want to stop us from doing it. So, and finally, he was able to achieve what he was fighting for, alongside other, governors in the state, and the setup of Amotekun. Since Amotekun was set up, there are a lot of things, a lot of criminality and criminals that these people have arrested, particularly some that are trooping in from other parts of the country, particularly in the north. Sometimes some will loaded themselves in a big truck. They have dangerous weapon in that truck. Amotekun we corner them, confiscate all these things, and then take them to detention. So Lagos State has done good. The entire Southwest has done good. I hope other parts of Nigeria can take security very important as well. So one man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. So what I'll do now is I'll do an 8-minute monologue just to make sure everybody because now we're in time and people have been waiting. So I'll kick off that 8-minute monologue with I'll go to BT World Peace Ogbeni Kulata. BT World Peace Ogbeni Playtown. So we just shuffle it up. But BT, you're up first. Babati. Doctor in the house. He has gone to attend to some nurse. Yeah, you know what these doctors do in the broom cupboard with all these nurses. I hope you are not one of those. Look at that, Nurse Rebecca. How can I see you in my office, please? Look at that, Zipata. All right. Let's go to War Peace. Hopefully, it's there.
Yeah, Wama, thank you.
War Peace. How far?
I'm good. Yeah. Let me quickly speak on this Akeredolu situation. It's a very sad situation. Very sad. I don't know what to describe it. But
It's unnecessary, isn't it? It should not have gotten to this point. Yeah.
At all. It's nothing. I don't understand why they are dragging it. I don't know the people that is I don't know what they're trying to play out. Even though they have interest to become a governor or they have any interest to benefit from the government, if the deputy is not acting, they'll still benefit. He's an acting governor. Things will still play out right. His administration will still be there. His cabinet will still be there. Except totally he stepped down as a governor. But since he's sick, and the funniest thing, he got sick when he was in power. So that means the state is responsible to take care of him. I don't know why people are just short-sighted. Now they say they cannot sign. They said there was a fake signature flying around, and they came out to defend it that, oh no, it was Akeredolu that signed it. This is the president saying he's incapacitated. Now the president and everybody's put pressure then that the man should sign a letter to let the deputy governor to act on his behalf. Suddenly they are now saying he's incapacitated, he cannot sign. Now the question is, who was signing those signatures? They were saying that they have been signing. That said that because Akeredolu that signed those a signature. One man. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. You know, what really surprised me was that his letter of assigning the governorship to his deputy was actually signed electronically, because he did not even have the muscular strength to append the signature, which then tells us, because they say that the chemotherapy regime that is on, it knocks him out for 10 hours. And this guy purports to be administering the state and has been signing. So who has been signing those documents then is really where the question is. And does it invalidate? And do those documents, have they released money? If those documents that they claim he signed, if they release money, then there's fraud taking place in that state.
Yeah, there's a massive fraud going on, because right now they just control themselves. If, as they said, we release power to deputy and they just sign and things just went like that, they would have agreed that okay, you have to want to be sending those previous documents. But now, when it comes to the real matter, breeze don't blow, now it's not open. The question now be, all this education we are having, are we having it to progress ourselves or to change ourselves? Because if those people actually want betterment for that state, they will put the state first, not their looting interest. It's very sad. And Akeredolu, it's sad he will end up like this. In all he has done for that state, though he has his bad side, he has his good side. Now his good side will just go wash away like that with these little things that's playing out at the end of the tenure. It's very sad, one man. Take me to the next topic point.
Okay. I'm a bit reticent to take you to the Peter Obi space, but that's the headline piece. Obi visits Kaduna airstrike victims, demands probe. So I was looking at it from the prism that this guy, he takes advantage rather of disaster situations for political capital. What are you reading of Peter Obi and his bottle of Coke for nurses in Kaduna?
Yeah, one man. What do you expect from our politicians? They take advantage of things now. In short, if there's nothing going on, I think they will sponsor disaster to happen so they can take advantage of it. But well, any good politician will take advantage of what happened in Nigeria. This strike is saddening. But again, they should not play politics with human lives. You know, if he's going there, I saw it earlier on, and I have two feelings. Two thoughts came to my mind, like, why these people playing politics with on human expense? If you didn't go to that area ever since when all this thing was going on, insecurity was going on, suddenly you are going there. Well, there's an open opportunity, open window for him. You know, that shows to you, Nigerian politician will capitalize on anything, on everything, just to campaign. You know, but it's not the first to do it. Tinubu did it when there's, I think, Sokoto, I believe Kaduna Fire Market, Kaduna market got pumped. He rushed down to less than 100 million. Meanwhile, Pastor daughter was killed, and he didn't rush there. He didn't even donate. There was fire burn in Ibadan. He didn't go. So it's not parties one man. Please move to the next topic.
Oh, okay, let me take you to this one, which portends good news for the Nigerian space. After Dangote, another Nigerian billionaire builds new refinery. More materials arrive from China. So this is the narrative of Dangote's arch rival, Rabiu, whatever his last name is, BAU. Who seems to mirror pretty much everything that Dangote does. So he's now setting up now in Akwa Ibom. BAU refinery will have the capacity to produce 200,000 barrels of petroleum products per day. So now, with all of this rivaling in terms of crude refining, then of course that portends good news. Nigeria on the cusp of a turnaround. Well, peace.
Yeah, it's good. They are building refineries. But the funny thing, I'm not seeing the impact for people benefiting. I mean, the local benefiting. When I mean the local benefiting for the local manual labor. One man, I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. At least building those refineries, we need nothing less than 5 to 10,000 workers to work around the clock, from special trades to expert trade to a normal bricklayer. At least by now, we're supposed to be seeing the impact from there. That even Nigeria have cheap labor. That should be easing work. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but they'll be using them now. Are you saying they are not using Nigerian labor where they
I cannot categorically say about this guy, but we know about Dangote bringing India to work in his refinery. You know, so
it will bring in expertise where expertise is needed, and it will use Nigerians where Nigerians are fit in.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope, because
no, that's what will happen. Do you think it will go and the cleaners, the caterers, the bricklayers? You know, there was a clip that was released when they were saying Dangote refinery was nearly finished, and there was an inside job to tell us that it was not anywhere near finished, and all of those engineers, they were all Nigerians.
Well, man, can I ask War Peace, because War Peace, BT here. I know you have a lot of this modular thing that your governor was. How far with those modular?
Yeah, it's almost, modular refinery is almost, no, it's not capacity. It's almost finished anyway. Our modular refinery is almost completed last.
What's the capacity? What's the daily output from? Do you know?
It's small now.
At least 20 barrels a day or something.
Maybe. It's very small now. Modular is very small.
Okay, but do we have multiple, just one or two? Like, I heard about it, but I didn't really go into details. Is it state run? Is it privately owned?
Yeah, it's a private. It's not state. It's a PP, as a government and private that is running it. I think it will start. The model refinery will start very soon. I think the model refinery is waiting on the Dangote, the NPC to get their ass together. But it's almost completed anyway. Almost. The last time I followed it up, no politics coming up now in those states. They're campaigning with all those things. So I think by what Apaseki will do by middle of next year, we'll be commissioning the modular refinery and the rest things to campaign for his candidate. But I cannot really speak so much on it. Which level are they now? The percentage refinery is now. But we will hear news about it by next year. This thing. Anyway, quickly, let me go back to this refinery. One man, it seems that it's only the Northerner that have the capacity to build refinery. So we the South cannot build refinery, or we cannot attain to get the license. If you cannot apply it, I will ask BT. So we are not qualified to have license from the South.
No, we should be able to. I don't think that's the interest. I think it's just capital intensive. Perhaps.
So we don't have. We cannot come together.
Maybe their priorities is not in that sector, that they want to raise that capital to do it. I cannot really speak to that unless you see there's some kind of deliberate attempt to deny people from the South from that, which we don't have any evidence of. But if you do, let us know. But I think it's more of
no, I don't have. I will agree with you. But the way it's looking at the obvious part we are saying right now is like we don't have the capacity to build refinery, but we have billionaires.
It's capital. No. There's levels to this. There's billionaires and there are billionaires. So yeah. How much of your funds are you willing to invest in that sector? Like once again, we have a problem in Nigeria where everybody wants to do things on their own. They don't come together as billionaires. So, okay, let's put that.
True. Maybe
that's the problem.
Maybe the South. I think the South don't unite when it comes to this kind of long-term project.
Me and me only. You don't know how to collaborate.
BT.
Yeah.
Baba T, one guy in your state was supposed to build refinery now. The son of Baba Ijebu, Petrolex.
You know, that was when they were, everything was supposed to be in that same area. And they had politics that got involved. But what's the name of that guy again? Let me look him up.
Adebutu.
Oh, Adebutu refinery.
Is it Adebutu? Well, anyway, Adebutu, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, but like to that question, why don't we have more of us building in the south, west or south?
It's expensive now.
Hey, that's what my point is. We don't.
But yeah, I understand it's expensive. What I will agree that we south, we don't come together and invest in long term.
It's also unnecessary. I mean, with Dangote, this juggernaut refinery, and Rabiu already doing one, and then Watersmith, how many refineries do we need? It's unnecessary.
No, in what's the state of Adewale in the state? They have over 17 in one state in Texas. So don't say just too many.
Right now, the way Nigeria is whoever control the refineries control the economy.
Yeah, but do we have the consumer base like the United States?
No, you can refine for other countries now. It's not about your own economy alone. If you have enough in your country, you can refine for other people. So that's the point.
For example, Japan does not have oil, but they have refinery. And
but refine for other people. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So you don't have to.
Have to necessarily.
Yeah, we cannot just allow the North alone control the refineries.
Forget it. They are still Nigerians, we always have.
No. One man.
Adebutu Kensington is the name you were looking for, Kulata. Adebutu.
Yeah, but
that's the guy. Yeah,
Adebutu.
Adebutu. Is that time wake up from that slumber like, forget we are Nigerians? No.
Is stuff, by the way. Is it Petrolex? They were supposed to build about 250,000 barrels?
Yeah, 250,000 barrels a day, but I don't know if they're still building it.
What of the Folawiyo one in Badagry?
Is that a refinery?
Yes. That's
they have refinery there, but
do they? I think they only had a concession to drill in Lagos.
Yes, it's in Lagos. Yeah, yes. Yeah,
I think they are expanding. I look it up, guys. The last update on that refinery is 2020, so there's no that news on that Petrolex, so nothing is moving. I think it's $5 billion. I think there's no progress on that one. So,
I think it's hard time we sit our ass together and come together and put our money where we develop our state. Because whoever take the fruit to take the piper, or how they say. So you cannot just put the out of Nigeria right now. Maybe there will be otherwise in 20 or 30 years time. You just give to certain people from certain region. We're controlling it. There's not going to control cement. They control sugar.
But the one thing you have to understand is that a lot of these refineries are actually built in the south. So there's a codependency there somewhat.
Yeah, I know that. Our own and my own are different things. Codependent, they call the shot. I know that people involved.
If Nigeria breaks up, will Dangote unbuckle his refinery and move it to Kano?
That's the widest dream we are thinking of, and Nigeria will never break up. Because that refinery will never.
Yeah, no, who's taking? Yeah, who will taking the big risk?
Foreign investor.
Yes, like what someone says, we are talking about shares in a share company in Nigeria. Who is it an American sir or Chevron? It's not in Nigeria. Who's controlling? It's not still the Americans. ShopRite is not in Nigeria, sir. Who's making the largest profit? It's not South Africa. What are we talking about now? No, but it's okay. I'm just raising an eyebrow to that.
What piece? What happens to that refinery in Kaduna or Kano, whatever?
That one cannot refine Nigerian oil, not even African oil. That refine heavy oil, heavy crude. Nigeria, Africa, how many Africans you have heavy crude? I don't know why they built that.
Why would that build? Was it because maybe they thought they were going to find something in the north that it was designed for?
Probably they were thinking maybe they would discover heavy crude in that region. I don't know why. I don't know. Don't their government, but for them to do such. One man. Okay. Anyway, it's good for that refinery to come up, and it's good for we to build our own if we can bring our money together. But let me quickly speak on this Southeast Wahala, this Oba massacre. I'm in touch with Ijele, but it's busy now because this Oba massacre situation. But I will get to you one man very soon, so you guys can talk and make arrangement. I see Joe Najdi and Ekene defending Peter Obi with all passion, speaking of achievement and all that. Adeko will say, politics is over. Now, this time for opposition and achievement. But this saddened me. How can you just massacre people? Not the first time that is happening in Anambra in Southeast. You just massacre people in the club. Now, nobody's speaking to that. Everybody's quiet. But you can be shouting, oh, the drug bomb in Kano. Fulani is killing people in this thing. And what about people that are killing this place on the. But look at your state. People just being massacred like that. Now, some people are saying, oh, no, they're in competition of opening club. Oh, no, they're in competition of doing this. And this is what we're saying. And you say you want to release it on the Kano on the 15th. I don't understand. Are people daydreaming in that state, in that region? The people that are using to perpetrate this act, it's not the ESN people. It's not the Kano did not create them. But the people have access now, free access that make human life does not worth anything anymore. You just kill people like that, and I'm seeing nobody shouting. But yeah, this is what the people that will shout at why they don't like Igbos. Igbos have never ruled. What did Igbo do to the people, Nigerian? I've not seen their leaders now coming out to condemn this issue. Otabi cannot go to Oba to donate. It's not the same life. There's a different life. Does the people that died in whatever in Kano or Kaduna life better than people that died in Oba?
But why do you think he's not doing it is the question. Why?
Because the problem of the Southeast, that's why they cannot be trusted. It cannot be trusted. I don't like manipulators.
The entire region cannot be trusted based on what exactly? I need an explanation.
What do you say? I'll give you a position. I hate manipulate. I hate people that manipulate people to think their problem is your problem. Look at the problem in Southeast. You that are speaking have not talked about it with passion. That this is wrong.
Can I ask you a very simple question?
Ask a question.
For almost 2 to 5 minutes here, Ekene, with all the passions in his vein, his blood and sweat, kept calling out the governor and the chief security officer of Anambra State, and I'm narrating to us with pains in this platform just a couple of hours ago about that event. And then you come and say we are not calling it out. Who are those posting videos online? And then the same day, a kidnapping happened in FCT. People were killed, people were kidnapped at the center, at the heart of the governance of Nigeria. The presidency didn't tweet about it, they didn't talk about it. And then, what makes you feel that the kidnapping that happened in Oba was done by an IPOB, and the kidnapping that happened in Abuja was done by who exactly?
This is the problem, and you just feel your hand. Hold on, relax. Sometimes when you guys talk.
Let me finish with my question, please.
What piece is not just making sense?
Why will you?
Sometimes it will make sense. It never makes sense.
Why will you demonize a region for kidnapping that happens in every other region, including in Abuja just 3 days ago? In the heart of the FCT.
I have things to do. I want to run my evenings and let me drop. I'm at a let me finish my what I'm saying. You can You can agree.
Has not talked. But
What
then,
peace? When shall we talk about the prostitution in Edo State? When are we talking about prostitution in Edo State? But I've not had to talk about it.
Wait, please.
When are we talking about that?
Because I need to understand where
Nonsense.
you're going. So because a kidnapping that happens in North Central, happens everywhere, including Abuja, happened in Oba this time around, that an owner of the club the people came and kidnapped the owner of the club. When security people posed resistance, they killed security men and still kidnapped the man. A classic kidnapping case. And you have snowboarded it into calling an
every other
ethnic
state
region.
you see that is starting today, they are starting what happened there. Hold on, please.
Hold on.
Let me finish my.
I think it's understood, but use your response to bring it home quickly, because I did say 8 minutes monologue. So
Yeah,
bring it home, and then
I'm not making sense. They're not making sense. Look at the insecurity in Southeast, because we're only one of so many few that we say right now. There's so many going on in Southeast. Kidnapping going on right now. But how come you guys are never called out this end? How come you still saying now with your, well, if I talk now, you say I'm insulting your education background. So you to come to say, how do you show it's here? Insecurity in that sense, they blame on all of them. Have you ever seen when they insect Boko Haram and ISOP and everything, killer what's going on in the north? I don't understand how you people just carry.
Who did the kidnapping in Abuja?
All right. Thank you, War Peace. I'll go on from War Peace to you, Uptown. But Uptown, I'll be strict with the 8 minutes. So just rattle through what you want to put across. Sorry, War Peace, but I just need to push it for time. You're up next, Playtown.
Thank you very much, one man. I thought we had a policy of privatizing homeboys because of time.
Sorry about that. Yes. We enjoy your company so much. We like to hold you back.
All my night as usual, but I mean, it's all right. Tomorrow I'll be dozing off. But yes, I will use my 8 minutes judiciously. I just looked at the time. I think I'll be concluding at exactly 4:06. So, woman, put me through the topic you want me to talk about.
Yes, I could put you through, but you can free flow to it. We started. The headline, of course, was Peter Obi milking yet another tragedy for political capital. But then, of course, we are surrendered to that. That is how Peter Obi is. Akeredolu proceeds on medical leave, transfer powers to deputy. So it's just really the luster and the allure and the reverence that he has. He has dissipated a lot of that just through this Klingon to power attitude that the Nigerian politicians seem to have. Powerful Nigerians behind illegal mining, insecurity. This is Dele Alake, Minister of Minerals and whatever, singing that old tune. So we know that, but what are you doing about it is really the question to that. And then we were also looking at so this one now somewhat of a neutral storyline. Nigeria has highest number of self-made billionaires in Africa, so that comes as no surprise. But how much of it is the dint of hard work? As I was looking through it, actually, the usual suspects are Aliko Dangote, Abdul Rabiu Samad, and then Mike Adenuga. And I was just reflecting that he must be the most quiet billionaire that we have in Nigeria, because you never tire of hearing from Otedola and his daughters just how rich they imagine themselves to be, but you don't hear a squeak from Adenuga often. And then this rather over-bloated budget from Abia State, but a lot of it weighted towards capital expenditure. So now it's a matter of monitoring that budget to see how much deliverability there is, because this could be a transformational performance if he waits towards those infrastructures that he has promised. So a lot of that, just pick and choose and give us 8 minutes.
That budget is a joke, but I'll talk about it later.
Yes.
So the joke as in too high or too low?
I'll talk about it later.
It's too comical. Too comical.
Yeah.
Before they come out, they're gonna come for you. So bring your data, your work data, so we can. Okay, go ahead. All right, let's move on, man.
Kòlátà wọn bí sóni mẹ́ja ní kí ló dé? Kí ló jẹ́ joke náà? If people alone with that body.
I want to ginger up town. The Ajale Koko. We very ginger.
Actually, I believe the budget is a big joke. Like Kulata said. I don't know why this guy will budgeting 565 billion. Where's he gonna get the money from? And what the hell does it mean by capital projects? You're budgeting 20% to education. Did Abia people tell you they want to go to school? Because I don't understand it. These guys just want to make Abba shoes and clothes. Why are you budgeting so much to education? I think that was the highest in the budget, 20%. Highest. I mean, as if he was listening to Baba Jan Likoko.
Do you have issues with how high it is or how it was allocated?
I mean, that I have issues with both. Because first of all, I mean, it's almost like you're just Governor is listening to Baba Jan Likoko, prioritizing education and health and all that. These guys need.
I give him kudos for that. I give him kudos for that.
No, I don't give him kudos for that. I don't, because he should have been listening more to people like Kulata.
So people should not be educated and educated.
Why should they be educated?
Is that coming from Is that coming from you or who is speaking?
No. Ajani Kogo, see, when you look at this thing very critical, ask yourself the question: does Abia people, do they want to go to school? They don't want to be educated. They don't.
Why do you? How can you say that they don't want to be educated?
These guys just
Ajale Koko, Uptown is being flippant. Emma Dalo is being flippant.
Oh, okay.
But honestly, I mean, I was just trying to know if I can give some headways to the guy that said.
No, Uptown, please. So you want 10% because it's too high, right? Obviously, according to you.
No. I was just making a joke. Sorry. Okay. I was just trying to know if I can give some head start to the guy that said he was going to tear the budget. It was a very rubbish budget and all that. It's really very sad what we have turned into, where when people cannot sit down again and critically analyze things without partisanship or all of those stuff. This is a guy that prioritized education in his budget. That education got the highest percentage in the budget, 20. Followed by capital projects, followed closely by health. So this guy clearly showed where his priority lies in creating the new Abia state. Because if you listen to him, and I did listen to him, the presentation of his budget yesterday, and you can clearly get the vision of where this guy was going to. It was a clear departure from the Abia of 24 years, over the 24 years. You know what you're doing. You know that people need to get the skills. Now, I'm yet to see how this budget will be allocated eventually if he's able to access the funds. Because one thing in Nigeria is obviously, we used to fail with even allocation of budgets. We used to fail because we used to prioritize rubbish, and then we put things like health and education, human capital development. We place it at the lower ladder. You get? But this guy has prioritized this, but that's only step number one. I can't clap for OT yet. Because the reason why people like me follow Obi is just for two reasons. What I call both the means and the end. Now, the means, you have started by saying, I am prioritizing these critical sectors of development. But that is not all. It's just like saying, I have raised IGR. No, that's just a means. It's not an achievement per se. It's not an end.
Uptown, can I interject for 30 seconds? One man, please give him his 30 seconds. Please. I beg of you, because you're going.
No, you're my friend.
Joe, to your long, Joe. Uptown. Ajali Koko, everybody hear this. The budget size is 567 billion, right?
Okay.
The projected revenue, all best cases, 166 billion. So we have a budget deficit of 401 billion.
We know that
the 401 billion. IGR, targeted IGR is 36 billion. So it wants to borrow more than double its projected revenue, like 2.5 times its projected revenue. It intends to borrow it from external sources and some imaginary bank and other sources. There's nothing shows they have the ability to pay it back, or they'll be able to secure 400 billion in loan. When their best case, hold on, let me just land this point. When their best case revenue projection is 166 billion. So this is what they call budget of stagecraft. Continue, sir.
But you forget that he's a banker, so he must have made some.
That not the guy that bankrupted 2 banks before.
Yeah, so he wants to bankrupt the state now. He wants to bankrupt the state now.
Bankrupt Emeka state. This Emeka, your state will be bankrupted.
Let me continue. As I was saying, you are already casting maybe your doubts that okay, he won't be able to do that, but that remains to be seen. So I won't judge that, because that is still under my observation. Will he be able to do it or not? What is his plan of achieving that or not? That is in the future. Let me talk about what is known now. That one is unknown. That will unravel eventually, and let's know what his game plan is. But what is known is that he's prioritizing education. What is known that is he's prioritizing health, and then he's prioritizing capital expenditure, which I think Abia State needs critically, because Abia people are industrious, very industrious already. They just need the proper physical infrastructure to help Aba City, the Enyimba City, to come back to the Aba of the olden days, where people from different states across the nation and in West Africa are going to Aba as if they are going to China to import, or rather to export out products made in that town. So this guy has a vision to bring back that town. Clearly, from his budget, he didn't just say it. He said it in his opening remark, but then his budget is proving that this is where I'm going to. This is the guy that walks the talk. Now I'm watching what is the next stage is implementation. If he's able to pull that off again, then he automatically assumes Obi status immediately on my books. Because why did Obi get to the status where he is in my books? Not just his policy formulation or his plans, whatever it is, but then the implementation, which is at the heart of our underdevelopment as a nation. So our problem as a nation is not lack of policies, is not lack of laws, is not lack of ideas, it's not even lack of manifestos. It is lack of implementation of everything I've mentioned, including the laws. We have enough laws. For people saying that what is holding us back is our constitution, we don't have enough. No, we have enough, and we have enough laws. But how are we implementing most of them? So for me, I'm coming. Please, just let me flow a little bit before the next interjection. So for me, what makes the difference is the effect of every kobo to the direction of which that kobo is pointed to. Because you can budget 1 billion for something, and at the end of the day, on the road, 890 is gone, and 10 million makes it to the destination. And somebody else will can budget 100 million, and 98 million will make it to the destination. That person will make more impact on the lives of people than the person that budgeted 1 billion. So yes, fine. I love what he's done with the budget, but my ego eyes are on him. He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get any soft landing because he's LP or because he promised to be. I mean, some of the promises he made to Obi in his inauguration, I think he has carried out some. He made 3 major promises to him. He said he was going to use a nursing vehicle. He has done that. He said he was going to prioritize education and health like Obi did in Anambra. And obviously, his budget is showing that he has lived up to that promise and all of that. Now, our ego eye should be on Alisoti. If he's able to carry out what he wants to do in Abia, no, he's there. So for me, that's my own observation. So I'm not going to go and casting whether he'll be able to do it or no. No. He comes with a solid CV. So let's see how he's able to do it. But for the start, for the budgeting, for where he has put his priorities on, that's something that should be emulated. So one man, let me quickly just slide into the Obi story about going to snap pictures.
Two more minutes.
Yeah, going to snap pictures for the cameras in Kaduna. I think you prefer.
Yeah, photo up Obi, as we photo up Obi, as we now call him. Photo up Obi.
Yes, photo up Obi. One man. It is only in underdeveloped countries that we suppress character and elevate mediocrity. We suppress character and elevate corruption. It's only in underdeveloped countries. When you go to US, you go to some developed countries, you see their presidents. They drive down to the battleground just to shake the hands of the men in the field. When anybody talks about it, yeah, people say, no, it's photo up. No, let me go back to Asura. That's not our culture. Just go and just lord it over us. It's only in underdeveloped countries that we call empathy eye service. And that opens a portal for our leaders to continue utilizing that to say, after all, if I do it, they're going to call it eye service. So let me not just do it. I think that's what they prefer.
Wait, up down. So buy 1 million naira of coke, giving the people diabetes. That is empathy, Abi.
He donated 5 million.
It should be arrested for that.
He said he's going to spend 1 million naira on Coca-Cola. He wants to give people that are already suffering diabetes. Anyway, continue.
Really, let's not even put this down to elementary 3. That was just him.
It's not elementary 3. Why would you say I'm using 1 million naira to buy Coca-Cola?
No.
Seriously?
Calm down. Let's be clear. He said he's going to give Professor. I'm going to give Professor 1 million, even to buy Coke for 1,000 people and all that. That was just making a joke. But that was just basically 1 million.
Making a joke?
Going to use to support these health workers.
Is that the best venue for a joke?
That was not a joke. Listen to me.
Diabetes is a real issue. It's a real issue.
You can Mama, let's not reduce this to that. But the point I'm making is that nobody is going to silence the voice of reason in this country. The moment few voices like ours is silenced in this country, the country will go under drain. Because I don't see any reason why in this same country, in the same week, people were hailing Senator Akpabio, the Senate president, for filling an entire stadium to celebrate birthday where the nation is mourning that our military made a mistake and killed our citizens. Let's also be specific. This is a clear departure from normal criminalities happening across the country, where criminals are targeting victims and this. What's happening now? This is a case of state crime, and it's mistake, yes, but it's a state crime. Where our own armed forces mistakenly bomb our own citizen. It's a very specific, peculiar case. Yeah. So in the same week, our Senate president is enjoying himself with the entire. It's not even for a landmark age. It's not 60 or 70 or 50. 61. It's not even a landmark age. Just a regular birthday. Fill the entire stadium. And people were praising him online. APC supporters. Some of them are in this platform. Let me not mention their names. And then the same people in the same week are criticizing the politician who chose to go there, go to the families, and also go to the hospital, and didn't only condemn. And what did he even go there to do? Because we can just brush over pictures and all that, but what is the content of the visit? Very important for Nigerians that are listening. This guy went there. First of all, he commended the Nigerian military for the hard work that
one more minute of that.
Yes. First of all, he commended the Nigerian military. Second of all, he commended the APC-led Kaduna government. For people that say he's going there to play politics, he commended the Kaduna government. He didn't condemn them. In fact, he praised them. That what he has seen they are doing, following up this, he's commendable. And he's behind them. He's supporting them. Secondly, and thirdly, he commended the hospital and all that. And then again, another important fact that nobody is raising from his visit, he called for a setup of a sort of a foundation to compensate these guys, and also a foundation that will hold and absorb the orphaned children that came out from this incident, because a lot of the children there, he said he met them, some of them have lost their parents. So who's going to adopt them? Whose responsibilities? The man said they are now our responsibility. So please set up a foundation that will absorb these children, that will take off from the next part of their life with education and every other thing. And I will come back and I will be part of it, and I will support that foundation. And not just them, but the other 16 other mistaken harming of Nigerian citizens by the armed forces. 16 has happened since 2009. I said all the victims should be gathered under the umbrella of this new foundation that he's calling for, and then everybody, including both opposition and ruling government, should support that foundation to make sure that those kids and everybody that is a victim is being supported going forward. That is true opposition. That is what APC does not want to shed light in. They just want to say this guy just wanted to go and take pictures there. Nobody saw article there. The only problem is that these guys were expecting that after election, Obi will disappear like article used to do, and then they can have a free flow of shenanigans. But Obi has shown that I'm not going anywhere. I'm ready to play this opposition back to back. I am going to analyze your budget. He's been tweeting every day, analyzing budgets stage by stage by stage. That is opposition. And that's what is paining them. That's why they're so hot about the fact that we thought this guy was just going to disappear. What's wrong with this guy? Every single thing we have projected about this guy, he has proved us wrong. That's the pain. One more, let me hear them.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent of that. Yeah.
To his point, I just wanted to say earlier that he said he wants to turn Abia into the China where they can supply West Africa. Any plan that does not involve, if that's the plan, if it does not include any real system, it's a lie. It's not going to work. So if there's no real services included in that so-called master plan of his, to turn it in China or whatever it's calling it, then it's just a waste of time. Let's move on.
All right, brilliant. I can bet my bottom dollar that is already asleep, but Ogbeni, you're up next. Ogbeni, go person. Look at that. All these Ekiti people, no stamina. Ogbeni, I knew it. All right. So yeah, no, he's probably gone to bed. So let's come to you then, BT. I did come to you earlier, by the way. So 8-minute monologue from you to the conversation, BT. And who is this on your screen, by the way? I've been wanting to ask you.
It's a long story, but let's not.
Is it that American actor? What's his name? Morgan Freeman or something?
It's not Morgan Freeman. Yeah, all right. But that's a story for another day. That's
all right.
Yeah. Go ahead, woman.
All right. Let me take you to one that we've not spoken that much about. This top 10 largest stock markets in Africa based on market capitalization. So you think that Nigeria, well, close enough, but not where you expect them to be. Ghana, the totality of their stock market, approximately 6 billion. But then Mauritius surprises me. They are 7 billion market cap. Kenya, I'll be mocking Kaizo about this. They couldn't even muster $10 billion. But then Cote d'Ivoire 12.8 billion. Namibia 41. So that's a real leap. So we're not getting it. This is number 6, by the way. Namibia 41.4 billion. That surprises me. I didn't even know there was an economy there. Botswana 43 billion. They're number 5. And then number 4, Nigeria 49.5 billion approximately. Egypt 57. Morocco 60 billion. But listen to this: the South African stock market $987 billion. If that is not a mistype, then I cannot understand how Nigeria will have a larger economy than South Africa when their stock market alone is more or less $1 trillion. So what are you then making then of this stock market hierarchy in Africa?
Yes, thank you, Woman. Yes, it just from the Nigerian perspective, that means first of all we have a lot of work to do. If you look at the driving factor for the South African stocks, I mean, talking about BPH, Billington, Anglo-American, American British Tobacco, I mean, Richmond, I mean, what drives the sector, that tells you that Nigeria has a lot of work to do in that sector. I mean, of course, you want funds coming in, but to buy what, to invest in what, that drives your stock. So the gap between 1 and 2, I mean, if you combine the next 10, I don't even think they even match up to 10% of what South Africa is doing right now. They can't even get to 90 billion, I think so. Maybe 200, 300 million, maybe about 25% or 30% of what South Africa has. So we have a lot of work to do in that department. I have a couple of my folks that you obviously know I deal in stocks and stuff like that. But if I were to invest in the Nigerian market for the future, energy sector will be my best bet that I think can drive this thing with the renewed interest in it, based on what I'm reading from foreign investors. Energy sector would be something where I think we can, improve those numbers in about a decade. And Nigeria should be doing about 100 to 200 billion, easy, even more, to about 100 to 200 billion for starters in the next 10 years. I think it's possible. And I think the energy sector will be the driving force for that, for bringing funds in. So it's not surprising. But it's shocking. Okay, it's surprising that distance between 2 and 1. That was wow. That's close to $1 trillion, right, Woman? That's close to $1 trillion, right? The South African stock market. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do.
Yes, that figure really surprised me. I almost suspect that must be a mistype.
Oh, if we study that driving, just look at the Johannesburg stock. If you just look at it, what drives it, you will see that we have a lot of work to do. If you're really serious about our own, we have a lot of work to do. So, I mean, we are number 3, which is okay, but for our population, I don't think we. Go ahead.
Babati, one man is not a mistype.
Yeah, we know. It's just that we are all short at that level of. I mean, if you're not really looking at that number,
nearly $1 trillion.
Yes, if you look at the biggest corporation in Africa, if you look at the first 10 of them, biggest company, South Africa will dominate it. South African companies are the biggest in Africa. They will know the first 10. You can look it up.
Yeah, I know, like your NASPAs, your First Runs. Yeah, I know they have huge.
Even their bank.
Oh, yeah.
Their bank is even bigger than Nigeria. That what is this Standard Bank, or what's the name of that bank? You know what that bank? What that is this Standard Bank or Stanbic Bank? Or what do they call it?
Standard Chartered.
Standard Chartered. Yeah, thank you. Go and check it, and they are all public quoted. So they're bigger economy than us, and they are more sophisticated
That bank alone is doing about $39 billion. that's $39 billion for that alone, for NASPA. So yeah, it's huge one, man. So we have a lot of work to do. Let's move on to the next one. So I clearly will not. I'm not going to spend 8 minutes talking. So, but let's move on to the next topic, man.
So sorry, I was talking, not realizing. Let me take you to the Akeredolu space, BT. It's just such a shame, you know. His biggest pump was when he was pushing both for power to transit to the south and then for that Amoteco space. So that, for me personally, was the glory period of Akeredolu when he stood firm like a strong silverback gorilla alpha male. But look how the mighty have fallen. He cannot even sign the signature, and they are dragging him by foot out of State House.
You know, as a Yoruba man, it saddens my heart that this is happening. During my active days in the Yoruba World Congress, it was one governor that we never criticized in that movement. Because you remember, he was even the one that pushed for what's this security force, Amoteco. It was one of the driving force for that. And as a Yoruba person, I mean, it's unfortunate that this is happening, but we live in a democracy. He has to take care of his health at this point, and he needs to relinquish power. I know it's not by his own volition at this point. I think his family are the ones trying, like, it's like that Yaradua thing all over again, where your wife is very powerful, even though they have no constitutional role in government. So for the sake of Nigeria, for the sake of the state, he should just step aside, take care of himself. But it's quite unfortunate for what it means to our culture and for what it means to democracy and rule of law. I mean, he's a lawyer, he was, I mean, but it's unfortunate one, man. Let me just leave it at that for now. But it's very sad. Yeah.
All right, let me take you to one more space, BT. After Dangote, another Nigerian billionaire built new refinery. More materials arrive from China. So our help is at hand. It looks as though Nigeria about to pivot into where it's supposed to be.
Oh, are we not like 20 years too late for this, though?
Are you with that narrative that the world is moving away from?
Like, you know, we do things when the value or the need for it is kind of like we do. It's supposed to hit the high when it's hot, right? That's what they say.
Is it on this platform? I don't know if it was this platform or somewhere else. I was listening to someone make a point. I think it was another platform that said, since Nigerians drive a lot of Tokunbo cars, it's going to get to a point where most of the Tokunbo's cars coming to Nigeria will be electric. Because if the West is no longer producing a lot of gas cars, then what kind of cars are we going to be driving in Nigeria if it's not the one we make in Nigeria?
We are still at their own mercy, right? It's not like we have that, like, we say, okay, we're going to be driving in those stuff because we can't buy from China anymore. We can't buy for, you know, so it's still going to be based on what they say. And if they are moving in a particular direction, you should also be trying to transition into that. Maybe not that quick, but have a plan, have a goal. Like
you know, but the rest of the world does not have the infrastructure to back this electric vehicle. How many countries outside of Western countries actually have the infrastructure to back?
Let me put it this way. You know how people make an argument that, well, why would the West be promoting this carbon emission thing, and they spent 100 years with this manufacturing revolution, and they grew their own economy, and when Africa is ready to grow, all of a sudden they want to move into this green movement, and well, we're going to do our own first, and blah blah blah. Nobody's stopping you from using fossil fuels. The argument is, when the rest of the world moves to something else, what becomes of your own economy? So why can't you do both right now? Use that same fossil fuel to, you know, kind of like you're catching up, like you go to summer class, try to catch up for missing some grades. So spend this next 10 or 20, 30 years developing your economy with fossil fuels or whatever you have, but at the same time understand that in the nearest future, 50, 60 years down the road, the world is going to move. I cannot say, one man, that because I love black and white TV so much, I'm not going to watch color TV because that's what I love. At some point, even you cannot transmit anything on black and white anymore now. The world is going to move away from that black and white. It's like my favorite phone ever that I still miss today was BlackBerry. I held on to BlackBerry for so long, it was embarrassing in the family. Like, come on, man, the world is not even. It got to a point where the apps, the companies, they couldn't even make apps for BlackBerry anymore. That forced me to go get an Android. So I'm saying that, yes, still keep your BlackBerry, but understand that someday you will not be able to use it anymore. So that's the kind of mindset we should have as a society, as a people. The world is going to eventually move to EVs and stuff like that. But that 30-year gap that you have, speed up the process and then move on with the world. That's the only way you can go through it. But back to your refinery question. When I said we're too late, we did not strike the eye when it was up. We waited too long. People like, okay, the guy invests now. Clap for yourself. Then what next? But the only way you can actually make money, I think, where I can say that will be beneficial for Nigerians will not be for local consumption. It will be more like refining for other African countries or for other neighboring regions. We can refine for other people, crude and all that stuff. But I just think that we spend too much time BSing around for decades without doing the right thing. And this might be a little bit too late for the country. But it's a step in the right direction. Whatever that is.
All right, excellent, brilliant, BT, a man of a few words. We don't hear enough from BT anymore now, but that's BT, of course, the excellence that is Babati. So the excellence that is Babati, on to Kulata. Kulata, you're up next. You especially wanted to speak on that Alex Oti budget, and you are insisting that it's not all it appears to be.
It's the Alex Buboti budget is simply this. I mean, how are you earning 166 billion and expect to borrow 401 billion? Like, it's just a stage craft. It's for stage crafting.
Okay, before you go, a question: does he have details on how I was going to borrow that? Like, do we have?
No, we don't have all those. We don't have all those details. Okay. But he's expected to borrow 70% of his budget.
Even if he's able to borrow it, is it not over leveraging? This is just one budget cycle.
This is exactly just one budget. It's year budget. It's like it's a stagecraft. It's for the narrative. You can see all the obedience. You can see all them saying, the budget is Clinical 500 billion. It's not been done in Abia before. Clinical, I mean, something in the capital expenditure. Like, how much did he say it's going to put in capital expenditure? Like a huge, say 84% allocation on capital expenditure. Like, seriously, in 2023, Ikpeazu's budget was 157 billion. So you want to jump from a state that's been budgeting 157 billion with probably maybe 40 or 50% implementation. We now want to jump to 567 billion. I mean, let's keep things.
Okay, so ideally for you, what would be the right number if you had to put your own?
I mean, if he says it's jumping from 157 billion to 200 billion, we'll say, this Bobo trial, man, is really going to do something. But I mean, it's just like the way Calabar.
Did you factor in inflation?
Factor anything you want to factor. Inflation at least is 28%. We know the number, so that's what I'm saying. If it was 200 and something thousand, we'll have said okay. But I mean, it's as silly as the former governor of what's Calabar? What's it for Calabar? Cross River State. He used to budget 1 trillion. Every year, 1 trillion. Of course,
is that Ben Ayade Blossom?
Ben Ayade will be budgeting 1 trillion every year. Of course, it's a joke now. Like, do you think he's going to get 1 trillion? He's not even going to get 10% of 1 trillion. So it's Alex Oti is just pulling a cover over people because a lot of people don't understand what a budget is. It's just a plan. This is the plan I'm going to. I mean, it's just you're creating a plan. There's no money sitting anywhere for you to execute that plan, and most times you hardly get half of that money set. So all this stuff is just stunt. And I mean, of course, don't be surprised when Alex Oti becomes the new hero. There was a guy that did a 1 kilometer road, and they turned him into some local folk hero. He got
that's why I brought him up as the replacement for Obi earlier, and I got pushback from Obi.
The guy got pulled Julius Berger sign eventually, and everybody shouting like, "Come on now, let's wait for real stuff." Well, stop all this. Like, yeah, you wish him well, you anticipate, you wish Abia State well, you hope he's going to do well, but don't jump the gun. This guy is stunting.
Will you return to this platform and swallow your words if what
I'm intellectually honest. I would if he performs, I'll say he performs. If he doesn't perform, I'll call his bluff. It's very simple. I have no.
But do you have faith that he will perform? That's the question. Do you have faith that that case is there?
Honestly, I don't know. It's too much. Let me put it this way.
Don't do that. You know the answer to that question. Don't do that.
Let me just give you my honest opinion about this guy. This guy is too well choreographed. There's too much stagecraft with this guy. Everything is done with intention to flash. So there's still no substance yet. It's all fluff. But the thing is, it works. He knows his people. Those kind of flashy behavior works. It works a lot in the Southeast. Like, I mean, that's just the way it is. So it works. When you now peel through the onion and look at, okay, what exactly Nibobo now, that's when you know that so far, not much. But in terms of the theater, man is knocking it out of the park. So I don't beef him, I don't do anything, but when I see a ridiculous number like this, I'm going to call it what it is. It's ridiculous.
The funny thing is that the guys in Asuro, both behind the onion and both in the theatrics, failure everywhere around.
Of course, now you can have, I mean, they're not mutually exclusive. You can have failure in Aso Rock and failure in Abia State. What's the big deal? They're not mutually exclusive.
Because many Abado guys are coming here to paint like Emeka now. We listen to Emeka every day in this platform.
Well, to each his own. But I'm just like, nobody should delude themselves. This Abia State budget is a big joke, capital letters joke. But let me leave Abia State alone. It's not my state. My state, we don't know. Our governor is dancing all over the place. So let me leave Abia State alone.
There was some news about him.
Wama, can you do us a favor? Can you turn your mic on so you can dance for us? You know, as part from that.
No, we don't want to see that. There are children watching. You don't want to traumatize. Imagine the trauma of seeing Kulata dance.
You want to see me dance? I can't dance.
Neither can I, actually. They say black people know how to dance, but neither can
my own blackness is it's two left legs.
Yes.
So let's go to substantial matters, one man. So Adelabu, the power minister, he said some interesting things, right? Today. I don't know if it's one of your stories, but he wants to restructure Transmission Company of Nigeria. So they want to break it, is proposing breaking it into two. One called Independent System Operator, ISO, the other one Transmission Service Provider. So I think one of them, the way they're talking about it, one of them will be maybe for regulation, just to like do what government would normally do. And then perhaps the TSP, the Transmission Service Provider of Nigeria, will now take care of the grids. So what they're trying to do is, because the states now have ability to build their own grids, they're going to regionalize the grids and then have high voltage super grid. Those high voltage super grid, which I suspect is that TSP company is going to do, will probably be marketed to investors. So that will attract people to come and run these massive grids. And you know, we had a heated conversation with Emeka, was that 2 days ago, about swapping. So there's some structural things that this Adelabu is trying to do. I support it. I see need for it. I don't think we just can't leave things the way they are. Nothing is going to work.
Can we ask Clotter because he's the expert on this field now? So that regional transmission, is it regional, or is it based on, because some states, some regions, we have states right now technically, right? So when you say regions, are you saying that it forces the states to buy into it, or is it based on what the states want to do? Like,
if we combine our discussion 2 days ago or 3 days, was it 3 days ago? If we combine it with what I'm saying now,
right,
it kind of forces the structure to align with the way the.
Let me give you an example so you know where I'm coming from. You know, Ogun, Oyo, and Lagos, they already have a deal in place that they want to work on. Now, if you say region, that forces Ekiti, Osun, and Ondo to buy into whatever they already have.
That's what I'm going to say. Which the distribution, which company distributes to those states, it may align more into the way they sold this, they privatize these things. That's how I think it may align, because those distribution companies, they give them certain states, so it may be easier to just build transmission lines that support the existence of that framework. And that's why I think he's trying to swap the federal government shares in those discos. That's the name I'm trying to remember. In those discos with this, with the state. So if Oyo, Osun, and let me see, if Oyo and Osun have the same disco, then maybe perhaps they may build a grid that supports that disco. And then you have a super grid, kind of like transmitting at a very high level, while you guys manage your own transmission and distribution at the state level. So this is a proposal I think is a good idea. I want the structure to be attractive to investors, right? So if you unbundle, if you change TCN, like you have the regulation part, you change it. What company are they proposing? They're calling it independent system operator. And then you do this TSP, and then you sell the TSP. You bring in investors. You can even say Siemens, buy into it, supply your whatever for free, or supply those things for free, run it, make money from it. It will be good, because
if I'm generating now, do I get to pick and choose what region I want to try? I want to supply, or
I don't know the details of that. But if you regionalize the grid, you can say I'm generating for my regional grid.
I'm saying, do you have restrictions, like where you say, okay, you're in Osun now? I think Davido's dad or uncle, I think it's in Power Generation right now.
Davido's dad owns the one in Osun, I believe.
Okay. But the guy said, that Lagos part, they get money. I want to supply Lagos. Must he stay within that area, or can he?
I think he has to stay within his regional grid. I don't think you can. No, I think it has to be his own regional grid, his own regional area. I don't think you can just jump.
If I'm going to sink in money and I have restriction, that will stifle. But you get my point. If I want to invest, hold on. Ideally, just stay with me. If I'm going to invest now, based on what you're saying now, I'm looking at Lagos. That'll be my first thing. I'm on Lagos and Ogun, where I want to make my money. So that would be the first target of an investor when it comes to generation and this. That would be the way where they want to go. They won't want to go stick in Osun or Ekiti because they know I have all this restriction that I cannot supply Lagos or Abuja or whatever. So that's my question. Like, is it that they can move around, or they are stuck in that?
No, I don't think you can move around. It's looking more similar to kind of like the American model, where you have regional grids. You just can't say, okay, the Texas grid, you're taking it to California, or you're merging those companies together. They're kind of like on their own, separate. So it looks like that is what this is. Not exactly like for like, but it's moving more towards that model. So I don't think Davido's dad can maybe invest in. I don't know the rules around it, but I just don't see it as the likelihood of what's going to happen. He's probably going to stick to his Osun state somewhere, and those Sahara Energy or whatever, they're going to stick to that Lagos states. I think they're the ones that run the one.
Femi got that right for Lagos. I think he signed a deal with Lagos.
For $10 to have something in Lagos, I believe. Yeah, so I think that's how it's going to play out. That's what I mean. That's what I'm thinking. But it's a good move. Let's just see something. I mean, I'm glad that at least some reforms are happening in that sector. Then the next thing I want to talk about is what Wale Edun said in the House. So apparently, Tinubu is going to issue an executive order to make people that have dollars people that have dollars to go and put it in the bank. That's number one. I don't know how that's going to get enforced. So that's as far as they said. Number two is that is the interesting one. They will allow Nigeria to have dollar denominated financial instruments, meaning when you want to invest in Nigeria, either bond or stock, we will have dollar denominated bonds and stock. So the fear of I want to invest in Nigeria, I have to convert it to Naira goes away. So that risk of putting dollars in Nigeria and it getting stuck because you convert it to Naira, it goes into the abyss, that goes away. So investors can now take their dollar, buy dollar shares, buy dollar bonds in Nigeria, withdraw it, put it back, do whatever they want. It's going to be dollar denominated. So for those that have dollar in the tank somewhere or in the tank farm, they can, with the executive order, they can bring it out and invest it in financial, in stocks, bonds, whatever, in Nigeria, in dollars. So that will attract a lot of investment from inside the country and also outside. So people that it will encourage people to take their money, number one, to the bank, and number two, to invest in Nigeria in dollars. And then you're not going to lose your dollars.
Can you hear me?
I mean, except the investment fails.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear, but it's not that clear.
Yeah, don't you think that's displacing the exchange risk? Because what they are doing is they are just hedging that dollar for the foreign investors. They bring their money in dollars, they can take it in dollars. Now, if that money is in Nigeria, is invested in Nigeria economy in Naira. If the investment is having problems, this guy who got the bonds or whatever want to withdraw their money, they withdraw their money. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
I think that system is likely to collapse.
Yeah, it's not safe.
Let
me also add.
But there are two sides. Let's look at the pros and cons.
Let me ask you before you so you can take it together, please. It's very important. So let's say you introduce that, and I have been investing in the economy in Naira, and that's in bond and stock. If I see that putting my money in dollar will be more profitable, I would also want to join that trade. So what happens in Naira? What happens to that? People will abandon it to join the
there needs to be more because people are going to abandon Naira denominated investment.
And join the dollar train now. Because there was
but not everybody can join the dollar train though. Not everybody has dollars. So look at it this way. It's not there's going to be Naira based investment. That's not going away. The dollar based investments are for people bringing dollar in. You that have Naira, are you now going to go convert? You have to go through the stress of go converting it to dollar and then get the dollar investment.
But if they see what is good, like let's say you say, okay, you're bringing your dollar to invest, is one thing. And I've been doing that for years. Their businesses, if they see that that the dollar part is making more money, it's more profitable, they will go through that pain to convert and to join the training.
No. It's not like the dollar is going to be. The investment is the investment. It's the investment that's whether profitable or not.
Right.
It's the risk. It's the risk we're talking about.
I'm just not comfortable with that government managing that part. I don't think it's good for.
It's not government going to manage it. Government is just going to allow it. Government is not managing instrument. Apart from government bonds, of course, whether state, local, or treasuries. Not that. You can, for example, Dangote can say, okay, I want to sell shares in my refinery because it's in the what's it called? It's in the free trade zone area. Blah blah blah. If you want to buy Dangote shares, you're going to buy it in dollars.
Okay.
If I'm paying dividend, I'm going to pay you in dollars.
Is Transcorp selling in dollars? I'm interested. That's where the money is going.
No, it's a new executive order. It has to be signed, but it needs to go beyond. I mean, executive order is up to the next president to also take by a biro and sign it away. So it's really up to the implementation. Number one, if it goes good, then maybe the House and Senate can take it up and turn it to a bill. And so, but look at the goal. The goal is to attract dollars both from within and from outside. So why will you have incentive to just be sitting on your dollars in a tank somewhere? They allow you to take it to the bank. Nobody will bat an eye, and then you can invest it. So we have billions of dollars just sitting around in Nigeria. That's idle.
They will not question you if you just show up with questionable amount. They will just look away pretty much. Right?
They better do that if we are serious about this thing.
You have to take the okay to back going you know.
But because Bonam, just forget them. Because what's our problem right now? Dollar liquidity. We don't have. So we need every means to attract it. And this is a way of attracting investor dollar and local dollar that, I mean, it's just sitting somewhere. But they don't. They can't stop here though. They probably will have to make laws relating to BDCs and also relating to transacting in dollar. Because maybe you can invest in dollar, but you should not be transacting, buying stuff in dollar in Nigeria. So they need to do more than this. So I think it's interesting. I think they're pulling all the stops, but let's see how it goes.
You want to dollarize?
So
you want to become a date? Afuela. You know that guy that they call him the American Trump. Afuela. But hopefully we don't get to that point. But
hopefully we don't give up the naira in total. But at least
it sounds great now. It sounds good, but I'm worried about it at the same time.
It's all in the implementation.
Do you trust your own government? Do you trust them enough to be comfortable with it? I don't trust.
Yeah, well, kilo call government though. If Access Bank or something issues dollar investment, should be his Access Bank that's going to run it. As long the dollar will shall be in our economy. It's not government stock or anything now. Should be. They will just allow private people to do it.
And they allow the party, I
feel that those are just likely to be short-term measures. For example, I float bonds in dollars, and people bring in the dollars to my economy, and I use it to run activity, and eventually I exhaust it. Maybe I use it to import. You understand? That dollar's life has expired. You understand what I'm saying? So it's still not sustainable. The only sustainable thing is for us to start creating economic activities that can attract dollars, not just like say we come and invest.
Patrick, look at it now. Look at.
Let me sell my power to sell your power to regain dollars now. You are selling
Patrick.
Okay, I'm hearing.
Look at it not just from this one. Look at the additional things that they're proposing, right? You have the banks increase their market cap. You have this coming in. So liquidity will improve. Dollar liquidity will improve. When dollar liquidity improves, banks are bigger. I mean, they're encouraging the banks to get more investors. This allows investors to come, minimizing the exchange. I mean, basically eliminating the exchange rate risk. It's just going to be just the risk based on the investment alone. I mean, the performance of whatever they're buying into, that's just going to be the only risk. So you have all that stuff coming in, and the more money that comes in, the more the bank can pull, the more economic activities that can be financed. It's the money will not be sitting idle. They're investing into something. That thing is some instrument backed up by a business. The business is real. Things will happen. They'll have to invest, do stuff. So it's not a bad idea. The only thing is the kind of investors it will attract are people that it's not foreign. It's not going to be foreign direct investment. It's going to be portfolio investors. So if your economy is scheduled like this, they'll remove their money away, which is fair enough. But if we have more portfolio investors, the liquidity is there, then if you create the opportunity, foreign direct investors can start coming back again. It's like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Like you have to make your environment attractive for investment, and you have to pull all the stops. And this is part of pulling all the stops. You can't just sit on a house and say, I'm going to call investor, I'm going to call investor, I'm going to call investor. And I'll now look at that your exchange rate is 1,200 today, is 800 tomorrow, it's up and down, it's not reliable. So I'm not going to bring my money in this environment to say I want to invest in Nigeria with that kind of fluctuating exchange rate. What do business want? Business want predictability in as much as possible. That's the number one incentive for business. They want to be able to know that, okay, if I put my money here, at least to an extent, the risk. They don't want an unstable environment. So if you remove that exchange rate nonsense of Naira, at least you solved one part of it. If the first investors you attract are portfolio investors, so be it. And then all these things that this power guy is doing, if they decide to sell, then that may bring in real foreign direct investment and say, okay, I'm going to go buy transmission license in Nigeria, or I'm going to do this. So it's over 2 years, 3 years, we will get something meaningful. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, I think you have mentioned what is portfolio investment I can dollarize.
Yes.
The other for ahead, because if I want to invest in anything tangible in Nigeria now, you can't dollarize it because you are going to spend the money in Nigeria, and definitely you have to convert it to Naira.
And this one is for portfolio. This is just stocks, bonds, and all that stuff.
Is about that stock exchange. This thing that the South Africa was having almost 1 trillion. Nigeria was having barely maybe 60 or so, almost 100 billion. If you look at most, let's say for example MTN Nigeria generate far more than even the South African MTN. Are they on stock exchange in Nigeria? No, the answer is no.
They are now. No, haven't they? I think they've listed.
They are not listed. They are not listed on Nigeria Stock Exchange.
I thought they listed.
Look at Glo. Look at Glo. Even Glo that is Nigeria. It's not listed on Nigeria Stock Exchange.
Yeah,
so
that's
what
true.
we see is that most of our big corporations, NNPC, most of the things that drive South African economy are on their stock exchange. Our own driver of economy, they are not on our stock exchange. Because the first question you're supposed to ask yourself is that how can we have that kind of GDP and then our stock exchange is actually dwarfing the second biggest economy in Africa? Not in 1 billion or 2 billion, in hundreds of billions. So we have to look at that thing critically and analyze it before we start saying no, this is not. So that is, I just want to draw you people attention to it. Thank you.
But Simba, this move now, this move we just talked about, this executive order, it could have a multiplier effect on our stock exchange when we get flooded with investor dollars.
And that is if our companies are doing well.
If they are doing well, diaspora. That's what they are targeting, because they want you to invest those dollars in America. Because if you're doing 25 billion for consumption in Nigeria, you can actually do 100 billion. I have read you can actually do 100 billion investment in Nigeria. So I think they're targeting us primarily. I mean, they have other investors, so you make a point, but I just have a concern about that process. I need to see more details about it first.
If it is Babati, if it is portfolio investment, and which I think that's the only one you can dollarize, I don't think it can have any significant effect on our this thing. It's good.
It can make our banks. It can make our banks bigger.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It can make our bank
It's
bigger.
more positive than negative. It's more positive than negative.
Don't you think that one of the foreign investors is to force your good companies to go to the capital market? You understand what I'm saying? You force your good companies to go to the capital market. Force the company like MTN to go to the capital market.
It's not MTN is not our company.
No,
MTN is South Africa.
No, MTN Nigeria.
ABN, okay, First Bank. Okay.
Standard Chartered was a South African bank now. It was Standard Chartered. Later, I think there was a time they joined Chartered
Stanbic, there are two South African companies in Nigeria, Stanbic IBTC and EcoBank.
Exactly.
Is EcoBank South Africa? EcoBank is West Africa somewhere.
But what I'm saying is that you can try to force them to the market. Raise the capitalization requirement for telecom companies. At that point, they will be forced to go to the market to look for money, and then some foreign investors will come in. So all those companies become very attractive to your foreign investors. They will come. You don't even have to go try to convert. You understand? If MTN is going to the capital market, a lot of other South African companies we want to put their money on MTN Nigeria now. You understand what I'm saying? And that's you attract foreign investment. You know, simple.
Yeah, Patrick, you sound somewhat distant, but we can barely make it out. Hello?
Yeah, I'm using hands free. That's why.
Oh, all right. You're driving away.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. You said that it's going to be 8 minutes, and you allow
yes, I beg.
Politics.
I beg your pardon. Yeah,
timekeeper Joel of Nashville, like with the timekeeper.
Yeah.
Give us Kalu economics.
Okay, well, I don't round up.
Economics.
All right,
please,
Joel, you're up next. You're up next. So, sorry, Joel. I thought you left us actually because we were so quiet.
No, I decided to keep quiet because certain things I didn't want to.
Engaging in.
I didn't want to insult the Oba of Benin today. I almost did.
When you are calling them all prostitutes?
No, I almost did. No, that wasn't that. That's the statement of fact. But by the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville. Like, share, subscribe. One Man Show. One Man. The issue with Obi, I'm going to be brief. I like the last words of Ekene. It captures our state of mind as Black people. Our hearts are as dark as our skin color. It is not fair. Look, Kulata that is talking here, he knows that even in the West, that the leaders pretend. Well, while pretending, they do the right thing. They do certain things that we say, oh, it is nice. We know it is politics. But in our own country, something as huge as the bombing of citizens, and somebody is coming out to commiserate with those people. No, it's politics. And the audacity to even go back to history. Oh, this is that. I mean, it's despicable. I just wish. Look, one man, look. You know, when we missed MKO, everybody cried. Oh, if MKO was there, Nigeria would have been this. The day Peter be the political scene, then you will know the vacuum he has left. All these ones we are here talking. We're just talking for talking sake. We are going to have this for people like Obi in Nigeria. We don't have many of them. I can tell you, let's go to the States. And people who are governed by the Tinubus and the Akeredolu are the ones teaching us economics, teaching us good governance, teaching us peace. Akeredolu is my ogo. And I be in Igbo land, we say ogo wuchi onye. And as ogo, I will have to tell him, I feel very, very sorry for the state he found himself. However, governors must move on. I have a personal belief that I do not think that Akeredolu is even talking. It could be that that guy is in the vegetable state and he's been pushed around, just like those cabals pushed Yaradua during his time. And that is something that is dangerous. It's dangerous because I remember when they had to go to Tinubu to go and do what? That's to tell you the hero worshipping, the personalization of Nigerian politics. We continue to breed strong men. I mean, in this case, a criminal strong man. You go to beg him whether Akeredolu is going to take over, or Akeredolu should stay in power, or should the deputy take over. It is wrong or wrong.
Sorry, Joel. BT, I left you a message in the private chat.
Okay.
Sorry, carry on.
It ought not to have gotten to this state. Akeredolu, no matter how you want to look at him, he's a man of honor. I do not think, in his right senses, he will hold on to power up to this time. I mean, what is wrong in relinquishing power until I get back? Remember when it happened to this guy, the guy from the north that went to fly a plane and, disfigured himself? It was the same issue. We have had cases like this in the past, where people in power, even if they are traveling to abroad, during Buhari's time, he wasn't relinquishing full power to his vice. We need to start protecting this position so that we can have more respect. Things happen. If you're sick, take a time out. Go treat yourself. But the issue there is that we have these cabals who happen to be stronger than the man the people elected, or the group, or the people the people elected to lead over them. So one man on that note, I don't want to hit Aketi, Aleti or Aketi. I don't want to hit him too much because one, he's my uncle, and secondly, he's a man of honor. All these people parading themselves today in the Southwest, who had balls to talk to Buhari? Who had balls to talk to Buhari? Even Tinubu could not condemn what happened in Ondo State, where it was a clear case. He was asking, did you see any person that looked like cow trying to pander like it was a rumor from the east? Nobody talked, only that man. So either way, the Yoruba has lost somebody. Because all these ones we have today, who? Is it a FFK? Is it a Oshokomole? Who? You guys are the good. The ones that are even polished, like Osibanjo. You guys have buried that one. So we have charlatans across the board, across all regions. Those are the people we support. Those are the people we praise. Kolata will speak all this is English. This is Karu politics. He will keep talking about this kind of economy for 4 years, building castles in the air. The fundamentals of economy, they will not do it. Build your home, and people will come naturally. They are looking for portfolio core, portfolio need. Why not skyscraper investors? Where are they coming into? What environment? We are here talking about South Africa. Take away the white population from South Africa, and you see that this thing will not even be up to 1 billion. It's something about us, one man. That is why I didn't just come to speak. I just came to talk generally. Something about us, and we need to think. When someone does something good, praise the person. Ignore the politics. Praise the person. When you do that, then you start noticing negativity, and at the time you start looking stupid in that. And that is why somebody will come because of a kidnapping that happened one place. I've not even heard about it. I had to call the whole Southeast. A tiny state. Cockroach. Sometimes in Nigeria, we don't really know our words. We don't really know our place. What peace? I would have given what peace by the word of my mind this night. I would have given a piece of my mind tonight. If there is a problem of insecurity, do you blame the people? The people that posted it, it's not for the government to do something. What do you want the people to do? Do you have guns? How do you protect yourself? How do you even stop them when you see something happening? Such an happening. It has been going on one month. Sometimes I'm even afraid. If I go to Nigeria, I keep asking myself, what if somebody now comes in here? I have a group of people now that comes in to say, hey, come here. We want to kidnap you. What will I do? I look around. I find out that there's nothing that will happen. One man, look, let me tell you, there might not be bank robbery in Lagos, but there is security in Lagos. The government did not really do much in terms of insecurity. The real people working on insecurity in Lagos, especially in the Benland area, are what they would call the OPC members. Those are the guys. Give it to them. Call it the stop. Those are the ones that stay all night and make sure that all those streets are secured. And we pay them. That is in the mainland. I don't know what is going on in VI and all that. We have different kind of security arrangements or all those places. So that is the issue. Our government, we have to keep firing our government. So, step up, level up. South Africa is 900 and something, and our own. I was listening to Rwani. Is it Rwani? What's his name again? This guy that has his Jericho hair looks kind of
Bismarck, yeah.
Bismarck. Yeah, Bismarck. Sorry, Bismarck. And go listen to Bismarck. For those of you saying that you should South Africa is 900. Nigeria, as it is right now, cannot even take certain amount of money. You put it there, you mix this up. You don't even have this infrastructure to hold such amount. It's like going to build a mansion, but you don't have money to furnish it. We should be careful about this country, one man. If you guys want us to treat this country right, we have to see, let us, even if you don't know what to do, pretend. That is why some people, when they say, oh, they see people on social media giving out money without showing it and, exposing that they're giving people money. I say, you give in private. If people see that guy, if he inspires one or two people, so be it. That is how he wants to do it with his money. They want to give it out that way. Leave him to give it out that way. If you want to give it out in public, give. Because one man from experience, what I found out is that those people castigate it, they don't give shishi. They'll tell you, how can you do that in public? Because you don't give at all. If you are used to it, you make it. You don't care because you're doing it seamlessly. You are the one seeing public. I'm doing what I think I'm doing because I feel that this is the right thing to do. Please, Nigeria, let's pretend and be nice to each other. Let's pretend and build good governance. Support good governance. Let's pretend if we have to. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. So gentlemen, I'm going to take it to the back room from here. Hold on, before I do that, actually, Zita, are you there, Zita? All right. So then I will take it to the back room from here. So thank you, everyone. We reconvene for tomorrow to carry on the conversations. And when you turn up tomorrow, everybody turn up with your wallets. No super chats to report today for reasons of how you're not being around. So that then points in that direction. But no, if you don't turn up with your wallet, at least turn up so the numbers still count. So thank you all. We take it to the back room and I'll see you guys tomorrow.